Good evening, everybody. If you all can take your seats. Great. Thank you, everybody, for being here in person and online. Good evening, and thanks again for joining our regular City Council meeting of April 14th, 2025. We continue to offer in-person and remote options for our City Council meetings. The City welcomes public comment on topics within the City's subject matter jurisdiction, and members of the public may provide comments in person during the meeting or by email to publiccomment@redwoodcity.org as outlined in the agenda. In-person speakers must turn in a speaker card to the City Clerk at the dais to be recognized to speak. Please be sure to indicate the agenda item number which you wish to address. In-person speakers will be called in the order in which speaker cards were turned in. And comments that were received via email by 5 o'clock may be read aloud, time permitting, and in any case will be made part of the final meeting record. Regarding item 6E, Redwood Life, I wanted to note that comments received before 3 p.m. on April 10th will be included in the public staff report, but will not be read aloud. If there is a high volume of public comment this evening, we will decrease the time allotted for each comment or limit the total time for public comment. In the event that this occurs, please feel free to send your full comments to the City Council at publiccomment@redwoodcity.org. Lastly, before we continue with the meeting, I'd like to announce that an agenda item related to a proposed affordable housing development at 651 El Camino was previously noticed as a public meeting on tonight's agenda. However, the item has been removed at the request of the applicant. We apologize for any confusion for folks who might have made it out tonight. I will now turn it over to the City Clerk to call the roll.
Good evening, everyone. Councilmember Chu.
Here.
Councilmember G.
Present.
Councilmember Howard.
Here.
Councilmember Padilla.
Present.
Councilmember Sturkin.
Here.
Vice Mayor Aiken.
Here.
And Mayor Martinez Ceballos.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Next, we'll move on to item 3, Pledge of Allegiance. We have a really special start to our council meeting today. We have special guests leading the pledge, Girl Scout Troop, Brownie Troop number 62463. The troop is comprised of 10 third graders from Clifford Elementary, most of whom have been Girl Scouts since kindergarten. It's amazing. The troop is led by Gina Hamilton, Shannon Gosling, and Liz Prindle. And in leading tonight's Pledge of Allegiance, the troop will be closer to earning their democracy and community badges. It's my pleasure to welcome troop number 62463 to the floor to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you for being here. Well done and congratulations again. Please stick around. We'll take a photo really quickly. Next, we have a few different presentations and acknowledgments, so I want to make sure we get through everybody. Starting with item 4A, a proclamation recognizing Arab American Heritage Month. We'll be starting a proclamation to celebrate Arab American Heritage Month, a time to recognize the rich history, diverse culture, and significant contributions of Arab Americans to our community. I'll read a few excerpts of the proclamation. Whereas in Redwood City, we value the strength in diversity and embrace our Arab residents and merchants that consistently contribute to our quality of life, economy, and vitality. And whereas Arab Americans continue to uplift our community as innovators, entrepreneurs, public servants, advocates, and workers who continue to contribute to numerous community-based and cultural organizations that serve all of our communities and neighborhoods. And whereas Redwood City values the Arab community's significant impact on the prosperity of our community and remains committed to guiding the principle of equity to ensure inclusion, diversity, compassion, and respect for Arab Americans in Redwood City and across the region. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Elmer Martinez Ceballos, Mayor of Redwood City, on behalf of the City Council and the people of Redwood City, do hereby proclaim April 2025 as Arab American Heritage Month and implore all community members to join us in this special observance. And now I'd like to invite Father Rami Razouk and Miss Jackie Khalil to the podium to accept the proclamation and give some remarks. Father Rami and Jackie are organizers of the annual Lebanese festival that takes place every August right here in Redwood City. So thank you for being here.
Hello, everybody. Maybe a little bit. I'm Jackie Khalil, a member of Our Lady of Lebanon administration team. On behalf of Father Rami Razouk, the pastor of Our Lady of Lebanon Church, and the festival team, we are honored to be here today. Thank you for your invitation and acknowledgments. We thank Redwood City team for the guidance, services, and support to our annual Lebanese festival. It has been a pleasure working with all of you every year for the past 14 years. We always look forward to the festival at the courthouse square. All of those years, the attendance has been increasing year after year to the easy access of the location and the safe environment you give us and you provide us. The event has been running smooth with no major issues to highlight. And we thank you for that. The joy and pleasure it has been bringing to the community at large is very touching. The people look forward to attend this event every year to socialize and share the Lebanese culture and heritage. Again, we thank you for making this event a success and safe to all and for acknowledging us during the Arab American Month. To let you know, we are starting the preparation for this year again, so you can see us again, hopefully, if you allow us. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Khalil. And thank you, Father Rami, for being here. And I know we really appreciate the celebration of culture, but especially the great food that you all bring downtown. So we look forward to joining you all then. Thank you. Perfect. And then the next proclamation I want to acknowledge is 4B, proclamation recognizing Fair Housing Month. Our next recognition this evening is of Fair Housing Month, which is observed through the month of April and serves as a reminder of the importance of fair housing and encourages community engagement in promoting equal housing opportunities. As housing is one of Redwood City's top strategic priorities, I'm pleased to present this proclamation on behalf of the City Council. And I'll read a couple of whereases to save time. Whereas adequate housing is a basic need and right of all people, and whereas the City of Redwood City supports fair housing efforts to eliminate discrimination in housing and recognizes the benefits of Project Sentinel to educate home seekers, apartment managers, and apartment owners on federal and state housing laws, and to investigate complaints of illegal housing discrimination in Redwood City. Whereas in order to heighten public awareness, the City of Redwood City wishes to focus public attention on April as Fair Housing Month. Now, therefore, I, Elmer Martinez Ceballos, Mayor of Redwood City, do hereby proclaim April 2025 as Fair Housing Month and do encourage all residents and community organizations to celebrate the value of harmonious and diverse communities of neighbors and to support the goal of equal housing opportunity for all people. And next, I'd like to invite Project Sentinel's Civil Rights Investigation Coordinator, Sheng Shiyong, to the podium for her remarks. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sheng Zhang. On behalf of Project Sentinel, I would like to thank you for your ongoing support and partnership with us. I think you so eloquently said a lot of what I had to say, and it's a great reminder in this time that we are continuously fighting for housing equity and fair housing laws. As you may have heard, in February, HUD received direction from the Department of Government Efficiency to cut all federal funding to us, along with 60 other organizations across the nation, and luckily that has been temporarily reinstated so that we can continue the ongoing work with you all and across the Bay Area. So I won't repeat a lot of what you said, but we want to thank you again for your partnership.
Thank you, Sheng, for being here, and again for all the work that Project Sentinel is doing in our community. It's greatly appreciated. And that is all of our in-person proclamations, so now comes the photos. If we could start with our Brownie Troop, and we'll go to Father Rami and Ms. Khalil, and then, of course, Project Sentinel to wrap it up. That'd be great. So, colleagues. Great. Thank you, everybody, for your indulgence. It's a great way to start a council meeting. Before we move on to the next item, I do want to acknowledge a few other celebrations happening this month. In April, we're also recognizing American Muslim Appreciation and Awareness Month, a time to celebrate the achievements, service, and resilience of American Muslims, and to foster understanding and appreciation for the diverse Muslim communities in our region. Last week, April 4th through 11th, was also Week of the Young Child, an annual recognition to highlight the importance of early childhood education and the kids, families, and educators involved. The theme for 2025 is Step It Up, which with every day of the week was focusing on a different aspect of learning and development. And lastly, April 22nd is Earth Day. Activities will be offered at the downtown library in honor of Earth Day, and the Pride and Beautification Committee will be hosting its annual spring cleanup on Saturday, April 26th. So maybe some folks can earn a couple more badges then, but hope to see many of you there. And then we'll move on to item 5, public comment on the consent calendar, matters of council interest, and items not on the agenda. So we'll now take public comment on the items I just listed. We will turn it over to the city clerk to facilitate public comment. Please note, if you're here for item 6E, the selection of an alternative for evaluation in the Redwood Life Evolve project, now is the time to make public comment. So Before I turn things over, I do want to pass things over to the city manager who wants to provide a quick update.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to make sure to let you and members of the public know that there is an updated staff report at the rear of the room and in the binder, and for council members on the dais. The updated report clarifies that Alternative 2 reduces the project square footage by about 13% and an approximate total of about 1.9 million net new square feet. The updated report shows in red line the changes, so appreciate the opportunity to make those corrections and want to make sure you and the public had those. And back to you, Mayor.
Thank you, City Manager, and we'll turn things over to our City Clerk to handle public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so now is the time for public comment for the consent calendar, matters of council interest, and items not on the agenda, and that does include item 6E. So last call for any speaker cards. Once we begin public comment, we won't accept any more cards, so I will take them now. Thank you. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will begin when you start speaking, and the timer is a series of lights on top of the podium. Yellow blinking light is your 30-second warning, and red light with the beep means that your time is up. I'll call 2 speakers at a time. We'll start with David Grable, and David will be followed by Rona Gundrum. Welcome.
My name is David Grable, and I'm president of City Trees, an urban forestry nonprofit based in and focused on Redwood City. Since 2000, City Trees has planted and maintained 4,100 trees in Redwood City. This would not have been possible without our collaboration with the Department of Public Works and our amazing volunteers, most of whom are residents. Our mission is to improve the quality of life in Redwood City through advocacy for tree planting and tree maintenance. In the past year alone, City Trees' efforts have resulted in tons of carbon sequestered, tree pruning and tree maintenance workshops, over 75 trees planted, over 80 volunteers getting hands-on tree planting experience. All of this has been accomplished by a board of 11 non-paid volunteers. Now City Trees needs your help. The city's truck that was used to water trees is no longer operational. For the past 2 years, City Trees has paid a company to water our newly planted trees. The cost is $42,000 a year. This expense is unsustainable for City Trees. I'm here tonight to ask the council to fund the Department of Public Works for the $42,000 per year to pay the watering company to water the trees that beautify our city, clean our air, shade our homes, and increase our property values. We believe that $42,000 is a small price to pay for the impact our trees will continue to have. With your support, City Trees will continue to beautify Redwood City. I've distributed copies of our annual impact report. You should all have them on your desk. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rona Gundrum, and Rona will be followed by Liliana Acosta Solorio.
Good evening, all. I'm speaking regarding consent calendar item 6E. First, a huge thank you to staff for your ongoing efforts on the Redwood Life project. I'd like to reiterate my position that a meaningful CEQA analysis would include a reduced alternative more in the midpoint versus one alternative at the far end, slightly reduced from the proposed plan. That said, it's time to move forward with CEQA to get more definitive answers to the environmental concerns plaguing the site. There are a number of concerns that came out of the webinars and sensitivity analyses. With regard to the landfill, it may not be a good idea for so much more density and weight. It does not seem that the proposed alternative goes far enough in alleviating that concern. Redevelopment would worsen or result in new impacts to the storm drainage and wastewater systems. Groundwater rise also contributes to these, and concerns about the feasibility of BSL-3 containment and disposal systems. Sierra Club has a very good webinar on that. And of course, the myriad of traffic issues from the cumulative traffic increase as a result of projects in neighboring towns. I understand that keeping the hotel in the CEQA review allows the hotel to be removed but not added back in. It should be noted that the hotel is being planned for the last phase, so there will be no benefit of the hotel for 20 to 25 years, in which case visitors would likely be staying at the Grand Bay. Perhaps further study will point to removing the hotel to free up space for offices and labs, which would enable building heights to be brought down. I would like to see the site and Longfellow be successful. Premium, well-appointed office and lab spaces will likely be in demand in the future. It is possible to design a premium, well-appointed project that allows for tenant growth without forever altering the character of our peaceful bayfront residential community and our quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Liliana Acosta Solorio, who will be followed by Sue Nix.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm here on behalf of Sigonas Farmers Market. I am here to extend a heartfelt invitation to our special celebration. This is 50th anniversary of Sigonas, a family-owned business that's been proudly rooted in the Bay Area since 1975 and in our Redwood City community since 1985. To commemorate this incredible milestone, we're hosting a community celebration to our flagship Redwood City store on April 26 from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. There will be a cake cutting ceremony and meet and greet with the Sigonas family, staff, long-time vendors, and the customers that have helped grow over the past 5 decades. The family business extends beyond the Sigonas family and has staff not only mom and dad, but nieces, brothers, cousins, making a space for opportunity and jumpstart careers for multiple generations, some even work as long as 40 years with us. We will be truly honored to have you join us as our guests in this celebration. Your presence will mean so much not only to the Sigonas family and staff, but to the entire community that has supported us through the years. We're also seeking your consideration for a certificate of recognition to help mark the milestone in our shared history. Sigonas has always been more than just fresh produce. It's about family, community, and supporting local farmers and small businesses. And we'll be grateful for you to acknowledge that legacy. We hope to see you there to celebrate the 50th anniversary from our local roots and fresh beginnings. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Liliana. Our next speaker is Sue Nix, who will be followed by Stephen Goodale.
Good evening. I first wanted to thank several of the council members who took time out of their busy schedules regarding the Redwood Life project. As many of you know, I've been involved with the Shores for many years, and when there's concerns, people come to me. I've been trying to keep on top of I always try to keep on top of any topic that affects Redwood Shores and Redwood City as a whole. The Redwood Life project has been the main topic here in the Shores for some time. I can say I've attended every community meeting and webinar which was offered on this topic. The huge concern has been that the council stated that they wanted a Longfellow Redwood Life to provide a community-driven application for their project. I can honestly state that has not been submitted. At each meeting, we were told what the project would be. We were just told this is what it was, including alternative number 2. In the last community meeting, people thought it was going to be the one meeting where we could ask questions and get answers. We listened for a whole hour of the presentation, and when it was time for the communities to speak, we were given less than 20 minutes and then cut off. The community is not happy with alternative number 2 and honestly are begging the council to allow a bit more time to have a real conversation with the community. Again, this is the biggest project in Redwood City, and it will affect all of the Shores for the future. It's already been noticed that many inaccuracies within the application and the information provided to the community and the council. These type of inaccuracies are concerning and what starts lawsuits. This is putting the city on notice. We understand this process has taken some time, but isn't it better to take the time which is needed to do it right the first time? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stephen Goodale, who will be followed by Geeta Dev.
Go. All right. Good evening, Mayor Martinez Sabales and council members. I'm Stephen Goodale from the Boardwalk Association, the direct southern neighbor to Redwood Life. I'm asking you to delay the vote on starting the environmental impact report for Redwood Life. The Plan Review Committee has twice rejected this application because of serious problems that have not been addressed, and Redwood City's zoning ordinance requires the PRC to confirm applications are complete before moving forward. Public documents show that over half of the required items are still unresolved. For example, according to fire department comments, safety documentation is still missing for buildings that exceed fire access limits. The engineering division hasn't received required drainage calculations. The planning department has noted unresolved height issues with buildings N4 and N5 and missing documentation for lighting and bird safety. Parks and Recreation highlighted that the project plans to remove 1,476 trees, but only replaced with 1,312. And Housing Services still needs confirmation the project will provide the required affordable housing units. These aren't small details. They affect public safety, environmental protection, and community benefits. I'm asking two things. First, please delay the EIR vote until the PRC requirements are properly addressed. Second, direct staff to work with the developer to improve Alternative 2 based on community input and the January sensitivity analysis. These ensure that when the EIR does move forward, it evaluates options that actually meet community needs and the city's goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Geeta Dev, who will be followed by Chris McIntosh.
Good evening, City Council members, Mayor. My name is Geeta Dev. Excuse me. My name is Geeta Dev. I'm with the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. Redwood City is a very special city. I love it. I have followed Redwood City for over a decade, longer than some of you have been here. And it really surprises me to see such a large project, maybe the largest we've seen in Redwood City, larger than any in downtown, be put on a consent calendar. That really surprised me. The City Council asked for a community alternative based on community input and on a sensitivity analysis, which the city was doing. The community has provided a lot of input, and in February, they got their first look at some possible options. These do address some of the issues raised very well, but there are many more issues that they did not address. And at that point, the staff and consultant informed the meeting that input collected was important and it would be used to inform design changes. However, the information did not presented to the council at the study session did not include any input from the community, and a vote today would abruptly cut off community feedback on this developer's alternative. One important reason the community is not satisfied is that the Alternative 2 was presented as a 20% reduction in project size, and in retrospect, it's merely a 13.7% reduction. This is extremely minor in response to the magnitude of the issues that were raised and the concerns that were raised. The sensitivity analysis was only issued on January the 20th. So it also appears that inaccuracies in the staff report that were referred to by today, the project was curtailed so abruptly that everyone needs a little bit more time in order to come to a good solution for both the developer and the council and the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Geeta. Our next speaker is Chris McIntosh, who will be followed by Carol Ford.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I am Chris McIntosh from North Fair Oaks, and I'm a member of the San Mateo County Bird Alliance. Would like to ask you to delay this vote to approve tonight. The 13.7% reduction doesn't fit with the community response to the proposal, and the Planning Commission operated with less than full information. Residents of Redwood Shores and others value living by the bay, including by Belmont Slough, which is one of the long sides of this site. They value watching birds and wildlife through the changing seasons, having a natural space to walk by and enjoying birds in their neighborhoods. And this overly large development will have many effects on wildlife, mostly detrimental. Biotech has traffic and lighting for much more of the night and day than currently, which reduces safe roosting places for the daytime birds and animals, and it changes the nighttime hunters' environment, and there's barn owls nearby, for example, which are beneficial in rodent control for us. No pesticides needed. Imagine living a quiet life in or along the slough with the darkness that you need at night, and then we have this lighting shining out from hotel windows and headlights that changes the world of Belmont Slough. Toxics in the capped landfill, it's far from clear that with sea level rise and groundwater incursion and then having to drill down for this, that it will be totally safe. We all know about the flows to bay signage on storm drains and release of toxins going to the slough and into the bay. It's not clear this site has been analyzed adequately. It certainly wasn't built for what's proposed to be on it. Okay, please reduce the size and impact of this and don't approve it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carol Ford, and Carol will be followed by Ruby Slover.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I understood that the consent calendar was to be used for items that are not controversial, and this clearly is not the case for this item. I'm requesting that you remove this from consent calendar and have another meeting with real community input, because neither of these two alternatives is acceptable to the community. I ask that no action be taken on this matter tonight. It's clear from several letters, especially from the Sierra Club and from Kristen Mercer and the Bird Alliance, that sea level rise affects the bay and all the people in Redwood Shores. There's heavy leachate coming from this toxic site now, and it affects the bay. Also, Alternative 2 more than triples the pressure on the already rickety cap on the toxic dump site, and with thousands more planned pile-driven holes on a site whose 1989 EIR said should never be penetrated, this will not have a good end. So I'm asking again that you move it off. In conclusion, I'm sure that each of you council people is being pressured by the project developer and others for financial help to the city and a tax base and individual groups to vote yes for this. But I am here representing your constituents who've all voted for you, and none of whom, well, not none, but most of whom are not happy with this project and would prefer that this be removed from the consent calendar and studied further for a more acceptable alternative to protect the health, safety, and welfare of your citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ruby Slover, who will be followed by Nina Goodale.
Hi, good afternoon. The reason I'm here is to see if I can ask you, there's a project going on around the Marshall, Bradford, Maine, and Jefferson. I don't know what it's about because I just came back from vacation. It took me 7 minutes to turn left from Bradford towards Jefferson. It's really, really hard. And on the corner of Bradford and Jefferson, there's been many accidents. So I was wondering if maybe you could call the engineering department or let them know if they could put at least a temporary stop sign, because it's very hard. All the buses are passing by, trucks, fire engines. There's a lot of traffic. We live in a senior building, Arroyo Green, and it's really hard for not just for us, but for a lot of people to be able to turn left to go to Jefferson, depending on what time it is, especially around traffic hour. But it's really hard to turn left at traffic hour, and especially now because of what's going on with the construction or whatever's going on. So if you can, somebody please call it to see if they can put something temporary or maybe a permanent stop sign. It's always really bad around that whole, those 4 blocks, especially at traffic. And there was traffic for 2 blocks, trying to go around and avoid construction. So that's all I ask, if at all possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruby. Our final in-person speaker is Nina Goodale.
Good evening, all. The city's efforts to strive for transparency and excellence in governance are commendable. Please therefore be advised that tonight's staff report recommendations for consent calendar item 6E contain substantial factual errors. The critical findings upon which you'll be asked to simply vote yes or no on whether to proceed on a monumental land use decision. These findings contain numerous misrepresentations of analytical data that require procedural review because these misrepresentations previously substantiated critical policy decisions preceding this meeting and may therefore have permanent erroneous consequences. Consider whether you are willing to vote tonight on erroneous data misrepresenting alternative project reductions and community acceptance. Item 6E should therefore be entirely removed from the calendar and reserved for further deliberation based on accurate analyses, factual findings, and governance grounded in transparency, integrity, and excellence. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. We'll now turn to emailed public comment, of which we have 4 this evening, all related to item 6E, which is the Redwood Life project. And these are emails that were received after the agenda was published through 5 p.m. today. First comment is from Michael Zoller. And Michael writes, I'm a property owner currently residing within the Harbortown Planned Unit Development, PUD, in the city of San Mateo, where recent upgrades to commercial office buildings across the street by the Longfellow Real Estate Partners dubbed the San Mateo Science Center at 901-951 Mariners Island Boulevard continues to have a wholly negative impact on the quiet enjoyment of my residents and my community due to constant noise, vibration, and harmonic oscillations as a result of such modifications. Furthermore, the final result is nothing short of an eyesore and a blight on the nearby residential communities. Ever since construction was completed in mid-2024, over half of my residents, in particular my patio, dining, living, and work areas, have all been rendered practically unusable due to the constant noise which overpowers any sound of the natural environment. An incessant hum which is almost more felt than heard, whereby I've had to resort to playing music in the background or wearing earplugs inside my residence just to stay sane. Inviting others to share a quiet meal at my home is unthinkable, and simply opening my windows during warm days or evenings is intolerable. During calm evenings, I can even hear the noise in my bedroom at night, which negatively impacts my sleep and in turn has had a detrimental impact on both my physical and mental health. Despite a signed agreement between the Harbortown HOA and LFREP, any good faith attempts to work collaboratively with the developer to resolve issues of ongoing concern have thus far been met with a collective yawn and passing of the buck to the city of San Mateo. Instead of acknowledging the problem or taking responsibility, Longfellow has thus far chosen to play the victim and has instead chosen ignored the negative consequences that their development has had on many nearby residents and communities. Let us be clear. No one forced the developer to try and repurpose a commercial. Okay, that's time. Thank you, Crystal. Next comment is from Vidyut Lingamneni. I live in Redwood Shores and am also an active member of the RSCA and the San Mateo County Bird Alliance. I would like you to consider reducing the size of the proposed alternatives even further prior to approval of conducting EIR studies. The currently proposed development alternatives by Longfellow have been reduced very minimally, and construction will occur over the next 25 years. Please consider the dire need to mitigate issues we will face. Increased light pollution over the slough at night from traffic, lighted buildings, including the hotel nearby. This will disrupt the ability of nocturnal birds to hunt and of diurnal birds to find nesting or roosting places. The construction of biotech buildings that operate 24/7 and emit more noise will also put birds and other wildlife under severe stress. There have been insufficient studies regarding construction of high-rise and heavier buildings on a landfill will release toxic materials into the air and adjacent environment. This could also affect groundwater incursion due to potential sea level rise. Birds and wildlife in and around the slough and Bay Area will be adversely affected. Thank you for your consideration. Next comment is from Gail Robb. I'm Gail Robb, co-chair of Citizens Committee to Complete the Refuge, a local advocacy group for the protection and restoration of San Francisco Bay wetlands and wildlife. First, I'm requesting that item 6E be removed from the consent calendar for further council discussion prior to a decision being made on this controversial project. Alternative 2, put forth by the developer and recommended in the April 14th staff report, does not adequately address the serious concerns of many residents and groups regarding the development's potential to adversely impact the integrity of the unlined landfill on the site. With future sea level and groundwater rise, this could result in contaminants moving off-site into Belmont Slough, an environmentally sensitive area. I believe selecting only this alternative would be a premature decision, since this will not allow for a more precautionary alternative with respect to the landfill to be studied in the environmental impact report. Please take the time to ensure the community's concerns are addressed before you proceed further. Thank you for considering my comments. And the fourth email was actually from somebody who spoke in person this evening, so I won't be reading that one. Thank you, Mayor. Back to you.
Thank you, City Clerk, and thank you everybody who submitted comments in person or online. With that, we'll move on to item 6, the consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are routine in nature and are approved by one motion. Are there any items on consent from which council members are recused?
Yes, I am recused from item number 6C because of the location of my home.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Not seeing anybody else. Are there any items on the consent calendar which council members would like to pull for discussion? Not seeing any in person or online. Councilmember G.
I do want to ask staff to make some clarifying comments on 6E, so I probably best to pull it just for clarifying comments.
Great, thank you, Councilmember. So pulling 6E, is there a motion to approve all items on consent with the exception of the pulled item 6E?
And 6C.
Oh, and 6C.
So moved.
Second, Diane.
Thank you, Councilmember Howard. That's a motion by Councilmember G, second by Councilmember Howard, to approve all items on the consent except the recused and pull items 6C and 6E. Could we get a roll call vote, please?
Absolutely, and we'll start with Councilmember Chu.
Yes.
Councilmember G.
Yes.
Councilmember Howard.
Yes.
Councilmember Padilla.
Yes.
Councilmember Sturkin.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Aiken.
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez Ceballos.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. And moving on to item, do we start 6E?
I can make the motion to approve 6C before we get to 6E.
Okay.
So I move to approve item 6C.
And it's
Second. Charles.
Thank you. That's a motion by Councilmember G, a second by Councilmember Howard again for approval of item 6C. And could we get a roll call vote?
Sure. We'll start with Councilmember G.
Yes.
Councilmember Howard.
Yes.
Councilmember Padilla.
Yes.
Councilmember Sturkin.
Yes.
Councilmember Chu.
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez Ceballos.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes with 6 votes. Vice Mayor Aiken recused.
Great. Thank you, City Clerk. And with that, we'll move on to the pulled item 6E. And I'll look to Councilmember G.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for all those that are attending. So this is probably more appropriate for Jeff Schwab to answer, since it's probably more procedural about where we are at the moment with this project. What's before council is to basically say yes to moving forward with CEQA. But what does that mean? And I say that specifically versus approving entitlements, because my perception and my belief and my experience is moving forward with the CEQA analysis and approving entitlements are two very different things.
That is correct. There is no project approval before the council tonight. The only thing before the council is what to study in addition to the originally proposed Longfellow project as part of the environmental impact report. And that is what is recommended is alternative 2, which was the smaller of the 2 alternatives, noting that it is about 13% less than the original alternative as far as square footage, but it also includes a number of other variations from the original proposal, including increased setbacks from the residential neighborhood, consolidation of the amenity center into one of the life science buildings, bigger buffers along the slough, and a number of other, a relocated road away from the neighborhoods, and a number of other items.
So whatever happens in the future will come back to council, at least in a couple different phases. But this is not, if the council were to do something, is not approving any entitlements.
That's correct.
And my understanding is that there's at least 3 alternatives being studied. The proposed project by the applicant, alternative 2, and the no-build option.
That is correct. And in addition to that, as they do the environmental impact report, if they identify a project that would further reduce environmental impacts, that will also be included. What is included in a high level of detail is the original project and alternative 2.
And if there were a smaller alternative, I mean, as you mentioned, I'll just follow up with what you just shared. If there is a smaller alternative that is an output of the analysis, that is not precluded if this council were to say yes, move forward with the analysis.
That is correct. In essence, you're covering a high-level alternative that can't be exceeded. That's the original project. A lesser level to see if that ends up reducing some of the impacts and moving it in the right direction. And then the third possible outcome is that there is further analysis in the EIR which indicates that other reductions in project size, height, setback, increased setbacks, things like that could further mitigate those environmental impacts, and you would be allowed to approve that as well.
Thank you. And so with that, I said at the last meeting, my advice was to the applicant, could you reduce the size of N1 and N2, underpark the site, and reduce the height of the parking garages, both parking garages. Would that, if the council were to approve moving forward with the EIR, would my advocacy for those issues be allowed to continue along with any community advocacy to make the project smaller?
Yes.
I mean, we could continue.
That's right.
Okay. And then another comment was, I didn't quite write it all down, but my understanding is to move forward with the analysis piece, staff, the PRC review, it does not need to be complete to move forward. Could you comment on that, or maybe correct whatever?
So there's a process when you review an application to determine whether they've submitted all of the information that is shown on the city's checklists. And initially, when we moved through this process, we did 2 rounds of review before you even initiated the review of the project and provided comments and direction to the applicant and told them there were some things that we needed in order to complete the application. Many of those things are maybe inappropriately characterized as completeness issues. They're more consistency with city standards. I think you've heard some things mentioned tonight like fire access and the like. The final project will need to demonstrate compliance with standards in order to be approved. The items that we also wanted to ensure were included in the completeness review were the items related to this second alternative, this alternative 2 as we've described. We want to make sure that we have the data and the statistics that go with the big full project and the small project so that we can analyze those appropriately in the EIR. So there were a few items that were deferred, but in general the application is complete enough in order for us to proceed with the environmental review phase.
In my recollection, Jeff, is most of the gatekeeper projects that were being moved forward in the process were not all complete to the PRC extent, but it took a number of years to move forward, and some have withdrawn and some are moving forward. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct.
Okay. And then, for a council, not just this one, but previous ones looking for data, would the analysis reports answer many of the open questions that have been raised throughout the community process?
I think so. I think we've heard a number of these comments over and over again about, the impact of light, let's say, for birds. That will be further evaluated in the environmental impact report. There are some other issues that are not caused by the project, but the environment is causing to the project, sea level rise being the most noteworthy one. And so the environmental impact report don't typically analyze the impacts of the environment on the project. It's the project's impact on the environment. That said, there will be some discussion in the EIR that explains how this project proposes to address those challenges and what the regulatory framework is, and in regard to the landfill, which is another topic that has come up over and over again. It's the property owner's responsibility to manage the systems that maintain the integrity of the landfill. And those regulatory agencies are responsible to make sure that they continue to do that moving forward. So those things will all be laid out in the environmental impact report, even though they're not necessarily causing the impact. And then in addition to that, the precise plan, the zoning level plan that we'll prepare, and the conditions of approval, if it gets to that point, will also lay out all of those requirements.
So in Jeff G's language, if I think I heard Jeff Schwab's language correctly, through the analysis we may discover things that are required to be taken care of by the property owner that aren't, or others, as well as things that need to be addressed if there were to be a change on the site.
That's correct.
And would this occur with full transparency to the public so that everyone can see it?
Yes, that's the intent. The first step in this process will actually be to refine the project description, make sure we're very clear about that, hold the scoping session with the Planning Commission on the environmental impact report and the issues that need to be addressed. And then, ultimately those documents are going to be prepared, the precise plan is going to be developed, and there will be further community engagement about those.
And this will probably take about 2 years of analysis and reports and study before Planning Commission sees it, because this will be a formal process then sort of delegated to the Planning Commission before it comes back here.
The scoping session on the environmental impact report will actually occur probably in a couple months at the Planning Commission. And then from there, you're right, the Planning Commission will see the whole package before the council will see the package. They'll make a recommendation as to what should happen.
And so this is a way to get all the information, good or bad, out to the public so that everyone can weigh in based on at least a common set of information, not independent study or each council member doing their homework. We will all see the same thing. All the commissioners will see the same thing. The public will see the same thing, in which we can then make whatever decision we choose to make.
That is correct.
Thank you for indulging me, Jeff. I just want to make sure there's some clarity here about what may be going forward if the council were move forward. So appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And I'm seeing Councilmember Howard's virtual hand is up.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'd like to thank Councilmember G and Jeff Schwab, both of you. Excellent questions and a very, very healthy discussion. I feel very comfortable moving this forward at this point, recognizing that there'll be ample opportunity for more community involvement, community discussion, and it will be a transparent process. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you very much for the healthy discussion. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Howard, and thank you again, Councilmember G. Vice Mayor Aiken.
Just so if I understand all of the, I agree with Councilmember Howard, and so if I understand this conversation, there will be opportunity for the community to continue to weigh in and comment about this project moving forward. Is that right?
That is correct.
In multiple times during the CEQA process?
They get to touch it at the scoping session. They can submit written comments, can actually provide them verbally at the Planning Commission. From there, the draft EIR would be prepared. There will be an opportunity to comment on that. And then there'll be what's called a response to comments, which all of those comments are then responded to by the consultants. And then that goes to the Planning Commission again in a public meeting. And people can, again, comment on it. And then ultimately the Planning Commission makes a recommendation to council. And then you get to see those documents as well.
So every time there's a public hearing, the community has an opportunity, as they did tonight, to come up to the dais and speak about what they think about the project?
That is correct. But in addition, they can submit written comments during the comment period. Then once the draft environmental impact report is out, I believe there's a 45-day comment period. So people can submit those in writing. They can say them at the Planning Commission if they want. And then they'll be responded to, and there'll be a time period for that to occur. And then there will be a final document prepared.
And the concerns, some of the comments and concerns raised tonight will be studied in the EIR. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Chu.
I just wanted to also express appreciation for Jeff's questions, and that's really helpful for me to understand as well, that we're not approving the project. We're talking about initiating the EIR, during which there will still be ample opportunity to comment, and that we'll better understand what the implications of the project are. One thing that's been of concern to me, and many individuals from the community have asked about, is will sort of the implications of putting piles into a landfill and that combination with rising groundwater be studied as part of the EIR?
Yes, I mean they'll evaluate if the construction technique is the piles going through the landfill. They will evaluate that. They will evaluate the impacts of that. Some of that could be noise. Some of that could be, what does it do? How do you seal it, if you will? And does it have an impact on other systems that regulate the landfill, the CAP, the leachate system, those types of things?
Right, and then my assumption is, but I don't know, is that sort of construction is highly regulated in California. Is that the case, or?
Development on a landfill is highly regulated in California in general, but other aspects more specifically too.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, council members, and thank you, Jeff, for the responses to all these great questions. With that,
I have a question, Jeff. What about in terms of I know a lot of people have been with sea level rise as such an important issue, especially in this location. What about the levee and using natural barriers as protection? How will the levee that's currently there and just addressing sea level rise, will that all be part of the EIR process?
So the applicant's proposal is to raise the levee in order to provide protection to the site. So that will definitely get evaluated. I think maybe you're referring to some of the comments that we received that would indicate that there may be other solutions than building a levee. Yes.
Right, natural barriers and using the environment. Is the applicant looking into that as well?
I can't speak for the applicant, but generally those types of, I don't think it's really a barrier, but it's maybe a more, I think it's called an ecotone. It's basically more a gradual and more distance between the water's edge and, say the top of the bank, if you will. And that takes more land area. And that's, I think, what people refer to as a more natural approach to dealing with sea level rise. And that's not what's proposed in this case, just to be clear by the applicant.
Thank you, Councilmember Padilla. Councilmember Sirkin.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. So I just want to make sure I heard everything right. So tonight we're not voting on the project, of course, and then would all of the kind of issues that were highlighted during public comment, like the fire access, the drainage, the height issues, the tree removal and replacement, and the housing contribution and the size, those would all be spoken to in the CEQA process, right?
Not all of them are in the CEQA process. So the environmental impacts are in the CEQA process. The housing plan, as an example, is a separate document. And I was trying to articulate that the precise plan, the zoning level detailed plan, will address many of the other factors in conjunction with the environmental impact report. And the conditions of approval, even beyond that, will address those other things. The plan will need to demonstrate consistency with the city standards, like fire access as an example. So the fact that maybe in one of these alternatives it doesn't quite meet that, I mean the building or the roads need to shift a little to make that access work.
Thank you, Mr. Schwab. I appreciate the clarification.
Councilmember G.
Thank you. And Councilmember Sturkin, thank you for kind of adding a segue, because there are there are many different parts. And there's been some commentary about the adequacy of community benefits. But community benefits is not part of CEQA. It's a separate process that was, I would say, matured here in the city since we started this in 2014. So maybe I'll summarize and you can correct if I'm missed. But at a point in time, if this project were to proceed, what we've been doing most recently is there's an ad hoc committee appointed by the mayor to guide staff on what is an appropriate level of community benefits, as well as there's an economic analysis about what the appropriate level of economics may be proposed or negotiated with the applicant. At this time, the only thing this city has received is a proposed community benefits. I can't even say proposed, maybe a tentative community benefits packet that has not gone through that matured process of how we deal with typical applicants. Is that fairly stated correctly, that we haven't even begun that process about community benefits?
That is correct. And there's a, let's say, a fourth component, which is the development agreement, which the council typically appoints an ad hoc committee to advise and direct us to a community benefits package that meets a number of interests. And that gets memorialized in the development agreement that would also go to the Planning Commission and Council for final approval or consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you to my colleagues for the robust discussion. Thank you, Mr. Schwab. With that, is there a motion for the approval of the pulled item 6E?
Mayor, I'll make the motion to approve item 6E, but if there's a second, I'd like to make some comments.
Second.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Aiken. I've been living not only as an architect and a construction person, but with long-range development plans, EIRs, CEQA analysis for decades. And this is just another part of that process. It is not the end process. It is a part of the process. There's no question that this project is very large, and is no question that this project is on a very complex site that needs not just studying, but tons of study, given its complexity. And I acknowledge, and I've heard, and I've met with people with lots of concerns about it. I want to see the data. I want to see where we are right now And I wouldn't be surprised if we had all collectively a shiitake mushroom moment when we see the reports about what the condition of the current property is. And it wouldn't surprise me that maybe this project stops because of that moment of report. But until we get those reports, we're making individual assumptions. We have problems on the site already, and I don't believe not looking at the site is the right answer either. There are things going on that we need to understand more fully so that we can make informed decisions as a community. I'm not saying this is the right project or the right alternative. I've said it earlier this evening, and I said it before. I'd like to see at least N1 and N2 be smaller. I'd like to see the site underparked and the garages smaller. And we can still advocate for that, as well as anything else we want to make smaller on the project as the data dictates or informs us. I suspect the data will dictate and inform us on a number of other things that we haven't even talked about yet. But until we get something going where we all can see the data at the same time, same level, read the same words, it's going to be very hard to get to a point where we can all agree to disagree or we all agree to agree. So that's why I've made the motion to go forward with the reports and ask for regular updates from staff on where we are.
Thank you, Councilmember. So that was a motion by G, a second by Vice Mayor Aiken to approve item 6E. Could we get a roll call vote, please?
Absolutely. We'll start with Councilmember Howard.
Yes.
Councilmember Padilla.
No.
Councilmember Sturkin.
Yes.
Councilmember Chu.
Yes.
Councilmember G.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Aiken.
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez Ceballos.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes with 6 votes. Councilmember Padilla dissents.
Thank you, City Clerk. I will now read the items that were just approved. 6A, rejection of general liability claim by Joseph Oregchia, CO Hazel Chang. 6B, final acceptance of construction improvements for the development at 1629 Main Street and release of associated bonds. 6C, final acceptance of construction improvements for the development at 49 Orchard Avenue and the release of associated bonds. 6D, purchase temporary construction easements, TCEs, related to State Route 84, Woodside Road, US 101 Interchange Reimagined Project. Item 6E, selection of an alternative for evaluation in the Redwood Life Evolve Project Environmental Impact Report located at 800 to 3400 Bridge Parkway. 6F, Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, with Joint Power Board, JPB, to complete the Caltrain Grade Separation Project Study Report, PSR. 6G, Agreement for Services with Invoice Cloud for Electronic Bill Presentment and Payment, EBPP services for utility billing for the Finance Department. 6H, Agreement for Services with the PUN Group for Audit Services. 6I, Associated Agreements for the development at 112 Vera Avenue. 6J, Agreement for Services with Black and Veatch Corporation to provide design of electronic vehicle supply equipment, EVSE infrastructure engineering, and consulting services in furtherance of the city's fleet electrification needs. 6K, Agreement for Services with West Yost and Associates Incorporated for recycled water and cross-connection program consultation and support services. 6L, Amendment Number 1 to Products Agreement with Nearmap US Incorporated. 6M, California US&R Task Force 3, Urban Search and Rescue, First Amendment to the Memorandum of Agreement with Menlo Park Fire Protection District. 6N, Amendment Number 1 to Agreement for Services with EBSCO Information Services, LLC, for periodical procurement and delivery service. 6O, Second Amendment to Agreement with San Mateo County for core services at the Fair Oaks Community Center. 6P, approve March 10th and March 24th, 2025 City Council minutes. And 6Q, approve claims and checks from April 14th to April 28th, 2025, and the usual and necessary payments through April 28th, 2025. And that is our consent calendar for the evening. Moving on to item 7, we have no public hearings scheduled for tonight. Item 8, staff reports, we have nothing scheduled in that category. Item 9, study session. We'll start with item 9A, fiscal year 2025 to 26 capital improvement program, CIP, and 5-year CIP study session. Tonight's study session is on the fiscal year 25 to 26 capital improvement project and 5-year CIP. We'll first hear a presentation from staff, followed by public comment, and finally discussion by council. As a reminder, this is a study session only. No formal action will be taken tonight. Finance Director Beth Goldberg will lead the presentation and will be accompanied by Engineering and Transportation Director Tanisha Werner, Fire Chief Baraka Carter, Interim Parks, Recreation, and Community Service Director Derek Wolfgram, and Public Works Superintendent Adrian Lee. Thank you all for making the time to be here tonight. Thanks, Beth.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm pleased to be here this evening. Before I get started, I do want to note that we do have an updated staff report that made a few technical changes that I believe has been distributed to all of you, and just want to make sure that you're aware of that. In addition to being joined by the individuals that you named, Mayor, I also want to take a moment to acknowledge the contributions of Molly Gonzalez in my office, Jessica Chin, Gina Hamilton, Terrence Kaw, and others who helped pull together the materials that we are discussing tonight. They say it takes a village, and what I've been calling the CIP village has really come through on this one. So I'm grateful to everyone for their help on this. So if we could go to the next slide. Tonight we're presenting the Capital Improvement Program study session as part of the annual budget process. We're on April 14th, the circled item on the slide. The final budget recommendations will be presented to you in June and will be informed by the direction and feedback that you provide this evening. The next year's fiscal funding for this program will be brought to the council for final approval together with the operating budget on June 23rd, 2025. Next slide, please. So I'll give a brief overview of tonight's presentation I'll give a brief overview focusing on the CIP in general, focusing namely on the first year of the CIP, particularly in the context of the current fiscal climate. Then we'll invite my colleagues to go into more details about some of their key projects, and then we'll wrap up with a high-level summary of the 5-year capital improvement program, and then there will be time for questions and discussions. If we could go to the next slide, please. To orient everyone, these are the questions that we will be asking you to consider as you listen to tonight's presentation, and then at the conclusion as we begin the discussion. The first question is, which funding categories or projects would you like to know more about? Are we identifying the right capital projects for funding for the funds available in this fiscal year? And does the council agree with the strategy for allocating the one-time funds as we will go through this evening? So if we could skip to the next 2 slides. If you could go back one, that one, perfect, thank you. So just a quick overview on the capital improvement program. This is an annual thing that we do where we plan and appropriate or or indicate a desire to appropriate funding for capital projects like buildings or infrastructure that cost $100,000 or more and have a useful life of at least 2 years. So if there's a smaller capital project that costs less than $100,000, that would not be reflected in the capital improvement plan, but would be reflected in the operating budget. There are two planning documents that we reference when we talk about the capital improvement program. One is the city's 5-year CIP, which this sets the course for a 5-year time horizon of capital investments that we anticipate needing. As we look over the 5 years, it doesn't necessarily mean that we have funding lined up for all of the projects over the 5 years, but it is meant to set a course for us and prioritize where we'll be focusing our efforts in the coming years. Within that 5-year CIP, there is also the first year of the CIP, which becomes really critical for tonight and over the next couple of months, because that will form the basis of what we include in the budget when we come to you in June. So that's why you'll be hearing us tonight talk more about the first year of the CIP, so that we could get that direction and return in June. It's also important to note that many of the funds listed on this slide, there are restricted funding sources. The funding source that we have the most flexibility is those emanating from the general fund, utility user tax or UUT, and then some one-time fund balances that I'll talk about. The other funding sources, while significant, are restricted in their use. So we'll be spending more time talking about the more flexible pot of money this evening. If we could go to the next slide, please. So this pie chart represents the CIP that we are recommending for fiscal year 25-26. We have identified $72.89 million worth of funding for CIP projects. 30% of this is from transportation funds like Measure A. 21% is from fees like water and sewer system improvements, and 44% comes from what we call the capital outlay fund, which is where we put those general fund dollars that I mentioned earlier. This is represented by the purple pie slice, and it's where we have the most flexibility. I'll also note that this amount is up sharply from previous years, which is fantastic. It means we can invest more than we've done in the past, but it also is not likely to be sustained at that rate into the out years. If we could go to the next slide, please. So this chart describes how we have a little bit more money, or a lot more money this year than we've had in past years. So council sets the policy that the utility user tax is dedicated to capital projects. This revenue source has been growing over the last couple of years thanks to primarily electric utility bills. And so as the price of those bills increase, the percentage of the tax coming to the city is also higher. So we're forecasting $11.7 million for 25-26, up about $3 million from the previous year. In addition, as part of the budget process this year, we have done some scrubbing of balances in the general fund, and we've identified that the utility user tax has performed a little bit better than expected, and there have been some lingering balances in the general fund. So we're recommending transferring that. That's the purple section on this chart, about $4.4 million. And then, as we discussed when we were talking about the mid-year budget update in February, we have also identified one-time balances in the general fund due to better than expected performance in 23-24, as well as some other analysis of various balances, and we're recommending that those one-time dollars be primarily dedicated to capital investments, as shown here at about $15.8 million. So collectively, the amount we've got invested this year is about 207% higher than what we had in fiscal year 24-25. Next slide, please. So this is a slide that we have included in past CIP presentations that talks a little bit about how we prioritize projects, and we're looking at whether they're critical, if they're responding to emergency situations or mandatory compliance. We look at whether they are important, and while every project is important, those that are required to maintain infrastructure and aligned with strategic plan objectives are deemed the most important. And then, of course, maintaining our existing infrastructure with routine maintenance and recurring improvements is also a priority. Next slide, please. So mentioned that we've got one-time funds that we're recommending be allocated to the capital improvement program this year. And this is a crosswalk that shows how we arrived at these the amounts that we're designating and talking about tonight. In February, we came to you and indicated we were anticipating about $18 million at the end of fiscal year 23-24. At that time, we had talked to the City Council about appropriating some of that for mid-year budget adjustments, as well as allocating a portion to Parks Impact Fee Interfund Loan that we are anticipating coming to you in the next couple weeks with. So when you back those out, you get $12.7 million. Since then, we've also done some additional scrubbing of the general fund, and we've determined that there are balances in our workers' compensation fund and risk management fund that are more than what we need. Those had been contributions from the general fund, so we're recommending transferring those back on a one-time basis. So collectively, that leaves us about $23 million now that we have to allocate as part of this year's budget. So if we could go to the next slide, please. So this, something happened with that slide. I'm not sure what, but quickly, and this is in your packet as well, this is a crosswalk of how we're recommending that the one-time funds be allocated, and I apologize for whatever happened there, but it is in your packets if you would like to take a look at it there. I believe it's on page 12, I believe. If we could go to the next slide. So the capital outlay fund, that purple slice that I talked about earlier, contemplates allocating a total of $31.8 million to projects this year. So that would be a combination of the one-time funds that I just talked about, the 15.8 that we're recommending for the CIP, as well as the base UUT revenue sources. And over the next two slides, we are listing those projects. Again, there's a similar table in your packet with this information. Those projects highlighted in blue are either projects that are receiving their funding wholly from the one-time funds, or those that are receiving a portion of UUT revenues and the one-time funds. Put another way, the projects shown in black text are those that are relying on UUT revenues. And if we could go to the next slide, it starts to, I think, make the point that a large majority of the projects, well, I should actually, about 50% of the projects that are being recommended in this year's CIP are from those one-time dollars that we don't anticipate continuing. So it shows kind of the tension that we have with identifying enough dollars to support our CIP needs that I'll talk about more in a minute. If we could go to the next slide, please. So focused a lot on the capital outlay fund, but in total, so this would be the capital outlay fund as well as our other capital funds, we have identified $72.9 million worth of programs that we recommend for funding in 25-26. It goes a long way in meeting the needs, but there is about $16 million worth of needs that would be unfunded. Just we don't have enough resources to cover all of our priorities. If we could go to the next slide. So this is another slice of how the proverbial pie is split up. As I mentioned, we're recommending allocating almost $73 million, and that a large majority is from transportation at 32%, utilities at 24%, and then the dark blue, or it looks a little purplish on the screen to me, and green portions of the slide represent the amounts in the capital outlay fund. If we could go to the next slide, please. So this slide takes a 5-year look at the CIP, and what you'll see in the first year is that we're funded with most of the needs. The $72 million is funded. What you'll see in the out years is that the estimated needs are exceeding the estimated revenues in each one of the years. So in total, that represents about a $243 million shortfall that we will need to be evaluating as we come back next year with the CIP and make further inroads. And then finally, I've got to live up to my Bad News Beth name. If you could go to the next slide. There has been a lot of news of late about the health or not health of the economy. And I just wanted to acknowledge that staff is aware that these are unprecedented times, and we believe what we're recommending here is a responsible package that is within the resources that we have available. But because these are unprecedented times, it also is incumbent on us to monitor the situation very closely. So we are doing that, and of course we'll return to the council if we're seeing things with the economic landscape, and particularly our budget situation, change. So with that, I'm going to stop talking for a while, and I'm going to invite up my colleagues to give some highlights about their portions of the CIP. And first up is Derek Wolfgram, our Interim Director of Parks, Recreation, and Community Services. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Beth. Good evening, Mayor Martinez-Ceballos, Vice Mayor Aiken, members of the council. Derek Wolfgram, Interim Director of Parks, Recreation, and Community Services, here to provide you some updates on a few projects that we have moving along. If I could have the next slide, please. And the next slide. And one more. So first, I'd like to talk about the Veterans Memorial Building Senior Center construction project, the largest city building project that there's been in many years. It continues to progress. There have been construction delays associated with this project, but I'm confident that we'll have this building open to the public later this year and that the community will truly enjoy all of the spaces, services, amenities, and opportunities that this new building will provide. Next slide, please. The expansion of Jardín de Niños Park, shown in this rendering, is currently under construction along Middlefield Road. You can see it if you drive by or walk by. The first phase of construction should be completed this summer, including a large steel structure for an active space that's inspired by Latin American kioscos or bandstands. This fall, local artist Fernando Escartiz will apply a unique, colorful resin coating that will make the structure both beautiful and functional addition to the park. Next slide, please. After many years of planning, the Hoover Park renovation project is anticipated to go out to bid very soon, with construction commencing this summer and being completed in the summer of 2026. Following an extensive community-driven master plan process, features of this park will include a large spray ground, expanded playground, pickleball courts, a fitness area, dog park, and more. Next slide, please. Derek forgot his notes on the downtown library park. I left something out there. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and move this forward because I'm going to talk about that on a later slide as well. With our transition in department heads in Parks, Recreation, Community Services, and the intense work that's been required to manage the senior center construction and the Hoover Park plans, the department has not yet initiated a community engagement process for the design of a new Bayfront Park between Bloomquist and Maple Streets, but we are planning to launch that process later on this year. Next slide, please. So the fiscal year 25-26 appropriations that are recommended for Parks, Recreation, Community Services are an additional appropriation of funds towards the Hoover Park renovation project, with cost escalations over time for equipment, amenities, infrastructure elements, and construction labor. The project requires additional funds to complete the project during the next 12 to 18 months. Funds are requested to replace the turf on McGarvey and Bechet Griffin fields due to heavy usage by the community and the opportunity to replace some degrading infill with natural materials on those fields. And then lastly, funds for public art, which is done annually through the city's 1% public art fund ordinance. Next slide, please. With limited available funding and numerous high priority projects, the department has had to pause several projects until additional resources are available to support them. Armory improvements, parks pathways, and irrigation control upgrades have been deferred to next year's CIP budget request. And construction of additional park renovation projects like the Redwood Shores Library Playground, Downtown Library Park, and Garrett Park will need to be funded over the next few years. I thank you once again for your support of all of these projects that will provide opportunities for both improved services and for healthy recreation for everyone in our community. And I would like to introduce Adrian Lee from Public Works to review their projects next. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. Before I present the, next slide, please. Sorry, thank you. Before I present the recommended appropriations for the upcoming fiscal year, I just wanted to take an opportunity to highlight some of the current or completed projects under the Public Works Services Department. First is the Bayfront Canal and Cordilleras Creek annual maintenance work. This was completed successfully completed in the fall of 2024 and involved clearing vegetation and sediment buildup. Additionally, the sidewalk inspection and repair program is ongoing, and this includes funding for the cost share sidewalk repair program. Next slide. Thank you. Under the tenant improvement program, Public Works has completed several projects, including a remodel of the Fair Oaks Community Center older adult reception area. There's also a number of ongoing projects, such as the the Fair Oaks Community Community Center multi-purpose room kitchen remodel, and the Courthouse Square fountain bowl and lighting replacement project. Finally, Public Works recently updated the council in November about the sea level rise vulnerability and adaptation planning study. Next slide. This slide shows some of the fiscal year 25-26 capital improvement project appropriation recommendations for Public Works. First, we have the funding for City Council chambers, audio, visual, and lighting equipment upgrade. So this would allow us to replace and upgrade some of the audio-visual equipment in this very room to enhance the quality of meeting presentations to the public. We also are seeking funding for facility security improvements for various city buildings. The security improvements will enhance the safety, security, and efficiency of city facilities throughout the city. We're looking for funding for heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, or HVAC, systems for city-owned facilities. HVAC systems throughout the city do receive preventative maintenance on a regular basis, but eventually need to be replaced as they approach the end of their useful life. We are also looking for funding for the tenant improvement program, and this is requested to address general facility upgrades, emergency facility repairs, and office renovations. The city currently manages 17 facilities, which includes fire stations, community centers, libraries, city hall, public works, as well as the police department. And then finally on this slide, the last is funding for the Bayfront Canal and Cordilleras Creek annual maintenance that was mentioned earlier. Funding for this request is necessary to maintain stormwater flows to the bay. Sediment, vegetation, and debris can build up in the channels over time and just needs to be removed to prevent issues during heavy rain events. Next slide. On this slide, we have some additional requests or appropriations. So first is funding to meet the city's regulatory obligations under the municipal regional stormwater permit, and this is to do such things as purchase inlet-based trash capture devices, cleanup activities, and trash management activities to meet those obligations of the permit. We're also seeking funding for the sidewalk inspection and repair program that was previously mentioned. Funding for supervisory control and data acquisition systems, or SCADA, rehabilitation. The SCADA system allows the city to monitor and control our wastewater and water systems through integrated software and hardware. The funding will be used to upgrade the system to ensure operations continue smoothly and also meet the mandates of related to cybersecurity. And then finally on this slide, funding for the water tank cathodic protection system replacement. And this is just a program that extends the life of the water tank by improving their existing corrosion protection system, which helps reduce overall maintenance costs. So, next slide. Shown on this slide are just two projects that were reduced in scope for the upcoming year due to funding limitations. And the two projects are the city's carpet replacement program and the roof replacement program. Next slide. I also wanted to quickly take a moment to highlight the work that was done in the realm of climate action and adaptation. So Public Works previously developed a zero-emission fleet transition plan to meet California Air Resources Board requirements. Earlier tonight, the City Council approved an agreement with Black & Veatch for design, engineering, and consulting services for the installation and deployment of the necessary infrastructure to support that transition. We are also currently in the development process to launch a climate action dashboard, which will showcase and highlight current programs and initiatives. We'll also track our progress towards climate action goals and objectives, and we'll also encourage residents to take action towards a more sustainable community. We plan to present a draft version of the dashboard to the Climate Action Subcommittee in the coming months, and before we eventually go live a little bit later this year. Thank you very much for your time, and with that, I'd like to introduce Tanisha Warner, Director of Engineering and Transportation.
Thank you so much, Adrian. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City staff. My name is Tanisha Werner. I'm the Director of Engineering and Transportation, and it's my privilege to introduce Engineering and Transportation's very first CIP budget. We are a new department. So Engineering and Transportation delivers a majority of the capital improvement program for the city. And the projects that we do not deliver, we work very closely with our partner departments in order to help them deliver those projects. Before I dive into my project highlights, I do want to talk about how engineering and transportation is including equity into our CIP. So as we're looking at equity in our project selection, we're really looking at projects that are supporting city council goals, as well as having a very high benefit to the community. We look to stretch our limited funding, dedicated funding with grant awards, and most of our grant awards are projects that are supporting disadvantaged communities, and it's also looking at geographic equity. When we're looking at the entire city and what we've provided in the past, we're looking for areas that may not have had recent dollars invested in those communities, and we're looking to introduce new CIP programs in those areas. Another area that we introduce equity is through our public outreach meetings. When engineering and transportation has large projects, we really want to spread the news as widely as possible to ensure that all participants feel heard, welcome, and seen, and they really have a large sense of belonging. So when we're doing public outreach, we ensure that our information is provided in multiple languages. When we are staffing our community meetings, we ensure that we have multilingual staff available and we have interpretation services at those meetings. And this helps us to ensure that everyone can feel seen and heard at the community meetings. Next slide, please. Since engineering and transportation is a new department, one thing that we're looking at is our overall budget and allocating a percentage of that overall CIP budget to support projects in equity priority areas. Our goal that we're going to be placing forward with 25-26 is to reserve between 10 and 20% of our engineering and transportation portion of the CIP to serve projects in equity priority areas. I'm pleased to announce that for the projects that we have on the docket for recommendation, we're looking at 27% of the CIP budget allocated for engineering to be specifically spent on equity projects. This is over and beyond the goal that we are setting for ourselves and really shows our commitment to ensuring that everyone in the city is getting new services and infrastructure. Next slide, please. To highlight one of the projects that really support equity, I want to talk about our Americans with Disabilities Act ADA Curb Ramps project. This is a project that comes out of our ADA transition plan, which was adopted in 2022. This plan is looking at removing physical barriers to entry to city facilities, programs, parks, and services, and removing those barriers over the next 30 years. The plan has an overall implementation cost of $66.4 million, and this equates to approximately a $2.2 million annual allocation. Our recommended budget for fiscal year 25-26 is $2.2 million. Next slide, please. Another area in equity is looking at just how we're planning for the CIP. We are using guiding documents such as utility master planning and our transportation master planning. On the utility side, we are working on a stormwater roadmap, which will be a precursor to a stormwater master plan. I'll do a deep dive study session with everyone on the 28th of this month as we dive into our utility master planning. Some of the other master plans on utilities are recycled water. That plan is in draft form and in its environmental review stage. We have sanitary sewer master plan, a water master plan, and on the transportation side, we have Redwood City Walk, Bike, Thrive, and Redwood City Moves, and those are complete plans. We're also looking at how we are maintaining and replacing our infrastructure. And instead of going with a reactive approach where we're just chasing emergency repairs, we're really looking to do more of a proactive approach to managing our infrastructure. The city has a lot of aging infrastructure, and as you know, the city is growing. There's a lot of housing and new businesses coming into the area, and all of that infrastructure has to support our new growing community. Next slide, please. So as I transition away from how we're looking at the equity lens, I want to highlight some recently completed projects that Engineering and Transportation has delivered. The first one is about 95% complete in its construction, and that is the Easter Bowl and Glenlock Water Tank project. It is a seismic improvement project that's looking to improve the foundation of these two water tanks, as well as making the water connection pipes more seismically resistant. Another project that is in active construction just in our downtown is a recycled water extension. We call it Phase 2C1, which is a really nice way of saying Marshall Street between Jefferson and Main Street. This section of Marshall Street is currently closed in order to facilitate the construction, and we're looking to reopen that road closure by May and have the construction completely wrapped up in May of this year. Another project that we are very happy about is replacing approximately 160 linear feet of damaged or failed creek wall, and that was in 2024 on Redwood Creek. Next slide, please. On the transportation side, we have the Roosevelt Avenue Quick Build and Permanent Traffic Calming project. This project is adding pedestrian bicycle facilities aiming to reduce congestion on Roosevelt Avenue. The Quick Build is a different way of saying temporary. So we've introduced temporary improvements, see how they're performing, and we have a $900,000 grant through MTC in order to implement the permanent traffic calming project. That project is currently in its final design phases, and we're looking to start construction in this calendar year. Next slide, please. Two projects that are ongoing that I'm very happy to introduce or to remind you of. The first is the 84-101 Interchange Reimagine project. This project has a total estimated cost of $384 million. We have secured approximately 95% of that budget, with the remaining 13.3 unfunded balance we're just waiting on the decision for our last grant that we've applied for. This project will be reimagining one of the largest interchanges in this region on Woodside Road and Highway 101. It has a lot of regional support, local community support, and we are currently in our right-of-way acquisition phase, looking to start construction in calendar year 2027. The other ongoing project that I want to highlight is the Jefferson Avenue Traffic Safety and Pavement Overlay Project. This project has an estimated cost of approximately $7 million, and it is towards the middle of its planning and design phase. We're looking to break ground on this new pavement treatment in 2026. Next slide, please. Looking at some of the appropriations that we are recommending, we're looking at some of our ongoing programs, our sanitary sewer collection and capacity improvements. We have on our water side seismic improvements just to make sure that our infrastructure can withstand seismic forces, which are also earthquake forces, cathodic protection to protect our in-ground pipe from rusting due to our corrosive soils, and expanding recycled water. In particular, the recycled water in the downtown area is being designed in order to expand recycled water use downtown, support future development, and also support our gatekeeper projects. Next slide. Some of the other appropriations we're recommending, I'm just going to highlight one just to save some time. So the daylighting law is a state level law that became in effect on January 1st of this calendar year. It prohibits parking between 15 and 20 feet of a marked or unmarked crosswalk, and this is to improve driver visibility at these crossing locations. The city is looking to phase the no parking zone. You can imagine we have many, many intersections in the city, and we certainly don't have all the funding to implement no parking zones at all of them. We've asked for a $300,000 appropriation to do phase one, which would target some of our highest pedestrian areas as well as some of our school zones. Next slide, please. And moving on to our deferred projects. So storm water is something that has been discussed quite a bit in a few of our council meetings. I just want to inform everyone that our stormwater is not a dedicated funded program. Its funding relies on allocations from our capital outlay fund as well as grant opportunities that staff applies for. And so some of our deferred projects, because we do not have that dedicated funding source, would be Redwood Creek and channel improvements, some of our levee capital improvements, as well as our stormwater master planning. I will be coming back in 2 weeks to do a deeper dive on our utility master planning, which will be talking quite heavily about our stormwater. So with that, I thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to welcome our fire chief, Chief Carter.
Thank you, Tanisha. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Mayor, council members, city leadership, Baraka Carter, Fire Chief, and community members. Baraka Carter with the Fire Chief here to present, next slide please, our project highlights on the requested training facility. In 2021, fiscal year 2021-22, a strategic plan was conducted within the fire department, and it identified the need for a new training facility. Next slide. The new training facility will provide a reliable, controlled environment for realistic scenario-based training in fire suppression, search and rescue, ladder operations, and incident command. This will reduce the reliance on external sites, streamline scheduling, improve department self-sufficiency, and ultimately enhance firefighter performance and public safety across the communities we serve. In fiscal year 24-25, discussions and a partnership was formed with College of San Mateo, securing $225,000 to help support this effort. In addition to that, development of the conceptual design costing an estimate $3.5 million was identified. In fiscal year 2025-26, we completed the remaining design, identified multiple sites, and started the infrastructure tasking utilizing existing fundings that we currently have. In fiscal year 26-27, we're expecting project completion with securing additional $1.7 million for additional funding. We anticipate completing construction and becoming a fully operational facility, enhancing firefighter training while ensuring established communications, standardized fireground tactics, and ensuring an effective firefighting force for the communities. This here will allow our resources within the cities to ensure that we have the ability to have multi-company drills without relying on external departments, and then also ensuring that our resources stay readily available to respond in case of an emergency, allowing us to really build a common communications, establish tactical operations that will best suit and better serve the communities. Thank you for your time.
Okay, I promise we're nearing the end. So if you could go to the next, I believe it's 2 slides ahead. I'm going to give a few highlights about the 5-year CIP. And some of the projects that are listed here on the 5-year horizon are in the planning phases. Some require multiple jurisdictional input before they can be fully scoped with price estimates. As you are aware, the CIP is a plan. It is not a funding document per se. So there are a number of projects in the 5-year CIP for which we do need to identify funding sources. If you can go to the next slide, it highlights a few more projects, some of which you heard my colleagues talk about previously. If you go to the next slide, I want to highlight that we also have a number of recurring CIP projects required to maintain, replace infrastructure. And so you'll see, for example, in Parks and Recreation, there are regular pathway improvement investments that we make, recreational facility investments that we make, synthetic turf replacement. And so you'll see that across the different functional areas on this slide, as well as the next slide. If you could move forward to the next one, please. And then if we could go to the next slide, and this is piggybacking on my gloom and doom slide from earlier about the economy. As we look at our CIP crystal ball and think about what we're going to be doing over the next 5 years, there are quite a few unknowns. This council has talked fairly extensively about questions around state and federal capital funding at this point, given change in federal policy and some of the state's budget challenges. So that does call into question, the availability of future grant revenue. So that could be a pinch point for us. My gloom and doom slide touched on this a little bit. The recent tariffs. It is not outside of the question that there could be cost escalations and supply chain disruptions that might make our current cost estimates perhaps unrealistic. But again, a lot of unknowns at this point. The main point that I think we're trying to deliver with this slide and has been discussed by this council in the past is that we have a vast number of CIP needs, but our resources are limited. So this may be the time that we need to start exploring other funding options to support those needs, and we intend to begin that work this fall. Next slide, please. So this is to remind all of you that we do have an online portal that has a lot of information about our recommended CIP and encourage you to explore that at your leisure. And if we go to the next slide, we'll wrap up by reminding you of the questions that we would like to ask of you as you deliberate. Which funding categories or projects would you like to know more about? Are we identifying the right capital projects for funding with the funds available for fiscal year 25-26? And does council agree with the funding strategy that we've laid out for funding projects with the one-time funds? And again, I apologize about that slide. It appears on laptops perfectly normally, but didn't appear so on the screen. So we have an improvised slide if folks would like to take a look at that and use that as a resource while you are deliberating. And with that, I will stand back and wait for your questions and your comments.
Great. Thank you, Beth. Thank you to all of our staff who helped with this really great presentation. We'll now take public comment on the item. So I'll turn it over to our city clerk to facilitate any public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have any in-person speaker cards, so last call to the audience for any in-person public comment on tonight's study session. Seeing none, I will then turn to written public comment, of which we have 2. First comment is from Aileen Chan, and Aileen writes, infrastructure that needs attention. Number 1, major roads in Redwood City. Woodside, Middlefield, and El Camino. Currently, there are some bike lanes. On Woodside Road, there are new lanes, yet it is still a parking lot for Woodside High School during school hours and on the weekends. Chuck's Donuts is also a parking lot as well, even though the entire road is red curbed. This major road needs bollards to separate the bike lane and prevent cars parking like the section of Alameda de los Pulgas and Woodside Road. Middlefield needs more separation. Bollards for the same reasons above. People who have to ride Middlefield outside of DT by Costco are using the sidewalk because they don't feel safe riding in the bike lane. El Camino is the same. There is Sequoia High and Caltrain. Bike lane separation is necessary to get to these places. I still ride on El Camino, but I see so many people riding on the sidewalks instead. Using side streets isn't good enough as drivers tend to speed through and drive through stop signs. I was T-boned riding to work using a side street. No more. I only use the major roads to ride. These are my notes, and I truly believe proper bike infrastructure is needed on these roads. Next comment is from Jason Lee, and Jason writes, I'm writing as a resident of Redwood City and, equally importantly, on behalf of all my neighbors of the Palm Park neighborhood, the beautiful triangular enclave of hardworking families bound by El Camino Real, Woodside Road, Redwood Avenue, and Velota Road. I'm co-chair of the Palm Park Neighborhood Association, representing the interests and needs of our residents. Our residents have come together in the last 2 years working in good faith with the city to drive purposeful, positive, permanent solutions to our most pressing neighborhood concerns. We aim to address the underlying problems that bring ever-increasing degradation in the last 5 to 10 years of quality of habitability to our increasingly high density and even higher unmitigated through traffic neighborhoods. Disproportionate amount of crime, in particular of violent nature. Persistent, daily significant amounts of illegal dumping by non-residents, including large furniture, alcohol, large appliances, etc. Daily and hourly harassment from vehicular violations, including large commercial traffic through unapproved residential streets, excessive speeding, reckless driving, illegally modified vehicles, illegally high levels of noise, etc. Plagued by 2 traffic-ridden thoroughfares, El Camino Real and Woodside Road, more than any other part of Redwood City without any restrictions. Seemingly inequitable investment in neighborhood improvements relative to other parts of our city, and many other concerns. Palm Park sincerely asks that, in your study of the current CIP report in the 2025, 2026, and 5-year proposals, to please consider investing much more towards neighborhoods like Palm Park where effective. Permanent solutions have been few to come by but are urgently needed for the physical and mental health of our residents. We thank you for your relentless efforts to continue building a better, safer Redwood City Palm Park wishes to be and is capable of becoming that shining example. That concludes public comment, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk, and thank you again to staff for the great presentation. We'll now take City Council questions and feedback. Who would like to get us started today? Councilmember Chu. Thank you.
I had a clarifying question for Tanisha. And I did read the staff report, but I can't seem to pull it up on my current device, so I don't have it off the top of my head. I noticed the traffic safety program on page 11 is $0.2 million. Can you talk a little bit about what those planned traffic safety improvements are?
Can I see page 11?
It's on page. It's just a line item, traffic safety improvements, $0.2 million. Can you talk a little bit about those planned improvements?
So typically our planned improvements for traffic safety include bicycle lanes, reducing roadway width to slow down traffic, incorporating bulb outs in order to reduce the crossing distance at intersections. And then we also have the AB, the daylighting law, where we're adding in the no parking zones.
Great.
And if I could just also interject, so that whole table is additional money that's being recommended using the one-time funds.
Over and
So it's not
above
the
the
total
rec-
of the
okay,
traffic
it's
safety
the
budget.
addition. Okay,
Correct.
Thank you. That's an important clarification. Thank you. Okay, great.
I just have a comment. I guess this is for Parks and Rec and for Derek and Lucas. I just wanted to express how excited I know the community is about the Hoover Pool redesign, the park. And I just think as the weather is getting warmer, and we're talking about equity, I think it's wonderful that we're making that investment in Hoover. And I think it'll be a great place for people to come and to wonderful opportunity to just activate that park. I was really happy when I was on the commission to be part of that community outreach, and I'm just really happy to see it here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Padilla. Thank you, Councilmember Chu. Vice Mayor Aiken.
I just have some clarifying questions, and not my comments, but just, I think it's Mr. Lee. So I wanted to, the HVAC replacement program, is it one specific HVAC that you're replacing, or is it just a general program?
It's a general program. It's meant to cover city facilities throughout. So it's not one facility.
Okay. I serve on the CCAG, RCMP, which is trying to green the whole county. And I'd like to, I didn't see it in the report, which doesn't mean, I'm sure it's a lot of places, but I'd like for you to talk about switching to heat pumps and how you do the balancing of cost versus green and the building infrastructure, because these new systems will be around for 30 years or 10 years or 15 years, and we want to be ahead of the curve, not behind the curve.
Yes, thank you. With your permission, I'd actually like to bring up Aaron Nair. He's the superintendent of facilities, and he actually can speak on that. But Aaron.
Thank you, Aaron.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Vice Mayor, to answer your question, we definitely do look at greener technologies and incorporating specifically heat pump systems wherever we can when we look at HVAC replacements. We work closely with our engineering consultants during the design phases to identify the feasibility of incorporating those systems. We have two projects currently in different stages of design. One is our Public Works admin building, and also the second floor of our police department, where we are going to be transitioning from gas systems to heat pump incorporation, and also implementing control systems that will help us more precisely control zones within the buildings to realize greater energy efficiency.
The second floor of the police station, that's fantastic. The other was the Public Works Administration Building?
Administration Building, yes.
And you're working on maybe a heat pump there? Or?
Yeah, so currently the way that building is designed, all of the administrative offices are on the outer edge of the building. So we would be taking out the existing system that has had maintenance issues over time and is sort of nearing the end of its useful life. And rather than replacing with a gas-powered system, putting in splits to feed all of the individual outside offices and also push enough air to heat the shared spaces as well.
That's fantastic. You know so much more about this than I do, and you probably know more about this as well. The county has an Office of Sustainability. They have tons of ideas and resources, and Peninsula Clean Energy right now has a burgeoning surplus in its budget that would make us all blush if we, by comparison. And they have so many smart folks there on their staff that really want to green our county. And if I can facilitate any connections with their staff and you, please just let me know. But I'm thrilled to hear this.
Absolutely.
Okay, now another one, but just really quick, is on the tenant improvement plan. I didn't see in the 60-page report, I didn't see discussion of how green or thinking to do stuff in a green way. Anything about that?
Yeah, so historically, at least during the time I've been with the city, our tenant improvement used to fully encompass HVAC, flooring, roofing, and now we've sort of separated those into their own pots. So the tenant improvement program itself now, as it stands, is used to facilitate other projects that aren't necessarily tied to the core infrastructure of our buildings, such as roofs, HVAC, carpet, flooring, things of that nature. We are looking to potentially utilize some of that funding for electrification, conversion from some of our facilities that have old lighting systems to LED systems to try and get greater efficiency out of those. But going back to your question, some of that funding for the tenant improvement program gets used to supplement funding for larger projects like Courthouse Square lighting bowl replacement. Again, there we are converting to LED lights. So we are gaining efficiency in some of those areas as well.
That's fantastic. I really appreciate your setting this out for me. I didn't see it written in the report. I assumed you guys were way ahead on the curve, and I really appreciate your explaining that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Any other questions? Councilmember G, thank you.
Beth, you're hiding back there. Nobody calls you bad news, Beth, do they?
There was a time in my life that's all I was delivering.
It's very important, the role you play. I showed up at a public board during construction, and halfway through they said, we're out of money. I said, that's not the right answer. Not during construction. Thank you for leading the effort and bringing this presentation forward. And thank everybody that's here and everyone that's not here that contributed to the report, because this is a big effort. And I always like to say I'm either a weird elected official or unique, because I understand capital improvement programs and what they mean, and a little bit about asset management. And, I'm not necessarily going to look at individual projects, but some key takeaways and important takeaways for my colleagues and for the public is that there are multiple funding sources, and each multiple funding source has their own constraint. I think Tanisha knows very well, we can't use SB1, which is gas tax money, to replace the sewer line. It just doesn't work that way. And even with SB1, there's a layer of priorities between arterial streets, major thoroughfares, and residential streets that are dictated by gas tax funds, which creates a whole different dynamic as we buy more cars that don't require gas. And so there's no gas tax being paid, which means as pavement deteriorates, the funding source to repave streets is less, as well as the cost keeps going up. So the rainbow of colors that we have dictate a lot of different things that we do. So that's takeaway number one, and reminder number one. We can't just move money around. We have to follow the color within the lines, I guess that's the best way to say it. The second thing is just on the capital improvement program, the lines don't match between need and funding source. And they're not, I don't see anywhere in the 5-year forecast, I don't see anywhere in your 10-year forecast up here where those lines match. The cost of capital projects will continue to grow, and the funding sources will not keep up. And so we have to do something different. Otherwise, the gap between the two will just keep increasing. But to inform that, for me to do anything beyond just looking at charts, my recommendation to my colleagues here is that with some of the one-time funds, and the city manager knows where I'm going with this, that we do at least a facility condition assessment for our buildings. We need to understand what the condition our buildings are in, is whether it be mechanical systems or electrical systems or whatever. I think in the prior, one of the comments was, everything we have built has a useful life. And one of the things some of my colleagues here have known before is asking about what is our deferred maintenance backlog. And we don't have a formal process. That's different than deferred projects. Deferred maintenance is if the roof has a 20-year life and we're kicking the can down the road a few years, that's deferred maintenance beyond the 20-year life. That's not a deferred project, that's deferred maintenance. And so I'd like to understand what our deferred maintenance backlog looks like. I'd like to understand, I think the council has a role in determining what condition we want our facilities to be in. Do we want them to be in, and I'll use just a letter grade, A condition, B plus condition, C minus? What is our tolerance level for the condition of the Fair Oaks Community Center or downtown library or City Hall? And how does that play into how we fund our capital program? Because we get to dictate that and inform council. We want A plus facilities. Well, that comes with a cost. But if we're tolerant of C minus, that comes with less costs. So we have a role in helping staff and guide staff in that. So I'd like to be able to take some of that one-time fund and recommend that we do a formal facilities condition assessment, know where we are with our deferred maintenance backlog, and then engage the council in a conversation about the quality of space that we want for the public and for our staff, so that then we can kind of make this a formal process. That will also help with the, if we need to do something different to get the funding line to come closer to the capital line, at least we have a basis. I think we do that fairly well in public works with our sewer system, for example. We can stick a camera in and see what the deterioration is. We can understand where we need to replace a culvert, where there's collapse, and plan for replacement rather than have a surprise failure and then have to kind of defer a project or rate another project to fund that replacement. So I think it's just a more formal process. The last thing I would like to just comment on is with the capital program and the risks that you've identified. I would offer some of the best practices on a capital program is to have a program contingency for things like that. I'm sure there's a contingency in individual projects. I have no doubt about that. But at the program level, and the program level is multiple in our city because there's different fund sources. So like the sewer fund, the water fund, every program element should have a program contingency to deal with sort of the unknown that's coming out, whether it be supply chain, long lead, tariffs, and things like that. Just so that I think the informal program contingency right now is project deferral. If Project A had a bust at bid time, Project Z might get deferred to fund Project A. And that's not a very formal process. There should be a program contingency to allocate when things happen, because they will happen at least in the short term, given sort of the unknown and unpredictable construction costs, supply chain, material environment. And so those are some of the best practices. The other best practice is always have a project ready to go, because in my experience, sometimes money does show up out of nowhere and it gets allocated to somebody in some entity or some department that's ready to spend it, has plans already done, ready to go to bid. And that there's always in each fund, capital fund category, there should be a project ready to go, because it does happen once in a while that money just shows up unexpectedly, and those that are ready to spend it, ready to go out to bid, or one of the terms last year, at least in Congress, make dirt fly, they'll get the money. So those are sort of my observations. I'm not going to go through each category, but I think given where we are, those I think are good best practices to inform going forward. And so that if we do have to do something with generating new revenue sources, we can at least articulate to the public where we are with our conditions, where we want to be, and what that gap is, and why we need a different fund source or a different revenue stream to be able to get there. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember G. Councilmember Sturgeon.
Thank you, Mayor. This is quite a body of work. Wow. Thank you so much, everybody who made it possible. I have 5 questions. Firstly, just beginning with the pavement program on page 38 of attachment A. Does the pavement management index, the PMI, reflect or take into account injuries and deaths in all modes? On city streets, or collisions rather, like referring to the heat maps that show where bicycle and pedestrian collisions with vehicles are.
Yes.
Thank you. And then moving on to the Broadway Pedestrian Mall, really pleased to see it recommended in the one-time funding allocations. When we originally directed staff or allocated funding to get it to the finish line, to get it enacted, right? I remember it being about $250,000 or so in last year's CIP or budget, but that came from parking fund monies, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. But then tonight we're recommending one-time funds instead to finish the project.
Correct.
If I could maybe just add on a little bit to that, as I recall, there was sort of a wish list that was a part of the desired improvements associated with closing the street. So, many requests for more amenities, such as public art, such as improved trash enclosures. So there were other things desired to accompany the closing of the street, and so it was kind of a phased approach to funding that was first given. And the recommendation tonight in terms of using one-time funds is reflective of feedback we received from council in February related to both security issues as well as supporting economic activity downtown. So that's the rationale for using one-time funds in that way.
Thank you both. Thank you. And then, okay. And then looking at the parking fund again, so on page 4 of the staff report, it states that revenue is $1,500,000. And after we extended the hours of parking enforcement, did we see an increase, a significant increase in terms of revenue from that fund, for that fund?
So we didn't see a significant increase because we still have a lot of violators or those who are not paying for their parking. And so by increasing the hours, we did see an increase, and that just helped get us more to what our baseline would have been. Small increase, but still a number of violators.
Thank you. And I know that is dependent on staffing, and staffing has been challenging with parking enforcement. So it's okay. So there's to some degree that's out of our control. Okay.
At least they don't talk to us, the parking meters.
Oh. And then finally, with that in mind, have we considered increasing parking rates to kind of fill that gap and make it so that this fund is sustainable?
We've done rate studies. Right now, we are looking at using the funding more efficiently. So we do have staff right now that are helping with the enforcement on the PD side. We're looking to our parking vendors in order to have them help us with some monitoring, and that should help close the gap on the extra funding that we're spending from the parking fund. But that's years in the making.
Well, hopefully not too many years. Well, thank you so much, Ms. Warner, for answering my questions. Appreciate it. Thank you. Back to you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Sturkin and Councilmember Howard. I see your hand is raised.
Thank you. Could we go back to the slide that asks the city council questions? Thank you very much. The first one, I'll stick to your questions. I wanted to know about the training facility for the fire department. It said it looked at multiple locations. I was curious, is there a location that's been identified, and the funding that's needed, where will that come from? I would believe that would be for the fire chief.
Good evening. Thank you for the question. So there have been a number of facilities that were identified. I know there was a facility at the out at the courtyard. So that was one that was identified. And then there was an additional facility out at the port that was identified as well. We are still considering other alternatives and other options, but those have been some of the areas that we've identified. And then your second question?
And you still have funding that needs to be identified?
So for this year, well, the department has been able to identify funding that we currently have to start with the initial design, and then we'll be looking at next fiscal year to secure additional funding. That's correct.
Okay. So, and you still expect that it might be done in 26, 27?
Yeah. I'm sorry, say again?
I thought I heard you say it could be finished as early as 2026 or 27. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I've read a lot about this, so that I was just curious as to, so the final location hasn't really been decided just yet, but thank you very much. I know you'll keep us in the loop on that one.
Absolutely.
The other, thank you. The program I'm curious about, I don't know if you'd call it a program, but the facility security improvements with cameras. Our facilities are in need of this kind of attention. In this day and age, we really need to be very diligent about taking proper care of our facilities and our parks, which is included. And I just wanted to mention that I hope this includes all our parks and city-owned property, because lately we've been having some difficulties with just isolated incidents sometimes, but sometimes it becomes a trend of problems in our parks of people who decide that signage doesn't apply to them, whether it's walking your dog or eating a lunch. When you have people who won't obey the rules, it becomes a real problem. And when it becomes a problem where ambassadors or volunteers don't want to be part of talking to people about what the right rules are for the park, I think we need to really pay some serious attention to this, because this is a trend I do not want to see continue, that people ignore signage and ignore the rules of our outdoor living rooms around this community that every one of us have paid into to have for the enjoyment of everyone in Redwood City. And if we don't identify these problems, I believe it could become a bigger problem in the future. So I'd like to ask someone to maybe let me know. We are talking about all city-owned properties as best we can. I understand we can't tackle everything all at once, but I am really, really concerned about this category, especially since we did the survey of the community, and that was one of their top two is public safety in and around Redwood City. So I'd like to get some more explanation on how we're going to proceed with that.
Thank you, Councilmember Howard. Michelle Pochet, Flaherty, Assistant City Manager. The council may recall a conversation during last year's budget process where we were identifying that different departments had begun identifying needs for cameras, either in facilities or on grounds. And this is the first year we've taken an interdepartmental approach to this to try to get some economies of scale in terms of investing in the technology and also developing a policy to guide this work. So there's a lot of interdepartmental work going on behind the scenes to support this program. In answer to your question, the funding identified will not fund every camera desirable in every facility or public space. It is funding to get the program started as an interdepartmental program. And as we get some equipment purchased and we get clearer cost estimates, we'll be able to know how much more we might need in the future depending on where our needs are, and then be able to prioritize those.
Thank you, Michelle. I was going to ask, though, I see 1.3 million, and I honestly, I mean, we're being realistic here. I don't believe that's going to cover quite a lot. And so I was hoping that with the one-time monies, I'd like to see some thought given to additional funding in this category, considering it was such a high priority of the people of Redwood City. I'd like to be able to say we're going to put some serious money in, but of course we'll have to phase in things over the years, but some serious money so that maybe we can make some serious first steps around this particular issue. So I would like to see a little bit more funding spent on this category because I really feel it's so important. Then the right capital projects, I would say yes. I mean, I am so impressed with this report, and I really can't thank staff enough because I know each and every one of you works together as a team. Nobody here is standing out as having more than anyone else. You really do teamwork, and you are really considerate of each other's needs and wants, and it shows in the way that you've balanced out the different projects in the report. So thank you so much for that. I'd like to throw support about Councilmember G's request for a where did we put that? The facility needs assessment, a formal one. I don't know when the last time we did it was. I don't recommend it being recently. We've done it around different programs, but a real facility needs assessment, a formal one that we can use over the next years ahead so we make really good decisions on where our money best be spent. So I would very much support that particular request. I also support having a look at our contingencies on our different funds to see if in fact we should be allowing a certain increased percentage for things that come up unexpectedly, which always do. And I wouldn't want to be scrapping away for money or take it away from something else because we didn't anticipate that this happens all the time, especially now with tariff problems and the costs rising for supplies. I think it would be a very prudent idea to look at those contingencies and possibly plant a little more money into them for that rainy day funding that we talk about, a healthy fund that we can use in case of those delays or upcoming unexpected costs. Let me see here. I'm glad we're setting the course for the next 5 years. I don't know if every city does it, but I'm sure glad that we project out. I really am. I mean, this is not for tonight, but I just want to put it out there for our next meeting where we're discussing monies and especially when we're talking about reserves and having healthy reserves, which I totally believe in. I'd like to know more about CalPERS and where they are with their investment portfolio. I'm sure they're in a decline and are receiving diminishing funds in return, and that's going to impact Redwood City as well as every city. But I sure would like to know more information so that we don't get caught unaware and we plan ahead for money to have set aside for anything unexpected that comes out of CalPERS and our benefits, our retiring benefits. I wanted to ask about fiscal year 28-29. There's a huge surge, 209 million versus 60 million actually in hand. Could somebody tell me what's happening in 28 and 29 that maybe we should know about?
Hi, Diane. It's Derek Wolfgram. Yes, that year is when the proposed $107 million expansion and renovation of the downtown library is in the plan. That is a placeholder. We don't have plans in motion to construct that facility that year, but that's where it's sitting in the plan right now, which is why that particular year stands out so much, because it's a single $107 million expense.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm sure you'll be monitoring it closely, Derek. And I was going to say, going forward, I'm really very pleased with the distribution of the different projects. I really am. I'm glad we're paying attention with the ADA plans, with security measures, canal and creek maintenance, streets and sidewalks. These are all items that have been identified by the public that are really, really important to them. And I'm hoping that we will monitor closely and also not be afraid to do more surveys of the public. It doesn't have to be, well, we can decide when and how, but just check in and see, are we still addressing the most critical needs of our community? I found that community survey extremely helpful, extremely helpful. And I think I've said this before, I support a very healthy reserve, a healthy fund in our different funds, especially for rainy day, which I think we're going to have our share of rainy days. But I want to be the city that prepares in advance so that we are ready for it to happen, knowing that our funding will change in the future, but we'll be ready for it. So those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Howard.
Mayor, might I just respond to one of Councilmember Howard's questions or comments? Thank you, Councilmember, for raising about PERS, and definitely we'll need to come back with some more comprehensive information. But certainly, I share your concern about the likelihood of them reaching their returns, their expected relied upon returns, investment returns in this current climate. It's a daunting time for any investor and for institutional investors no less. So we know that it is local agencies that are on the hook when they do not meet their investment objectives. One positive for Redwood City is that the city has put away money into a trust for many years, and we have over $25 million in that trust, and we've not yet planned when we'll start dipping into that in terms of helping to pay for increasing PERS costs. So we will owe you more money, or we'll owe you more explanation during the discussion of the operating budget on PERS. But I did want to just to raise that it's a good thing that we have set aside some money in the trust, and that can be helpful to us as we navigate what might happen with PERS and those cost increases.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Melissa. That trust, when we discussed it, we knew we were going to need it, and I'm glad we did it. And thank you very much for reminding us of that. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Melissa. More money is always welcome. Pass it over to Councilmember.
That's part of the CIP, that printing press.
Councilmember Chu, thank you.
So first of all, I wanted to thank the staff for just all of their work. And, a friend of mine who's in civil engineering always says the sewers are the mark of are the mark of a civilization, or a civilization's greatness, because they're really expensive, they're really hard to do, and nobody sees them. People always want promenades and fountains, but it's really the sewers that matter. And so I really appreciate just all the thoughtfulness and hard work that goes into things that are largely unseen until something goes wrong. So just the comment on, are we identifying the right capital projects? So and I know this is a predictable thing for me to bring up, but road deaths remain the leading cause of child and young adult traumatic injury and death by far for decades, since basically the middle of the 20th century. They have exceeded all other causes, often, like child deaths, top 3 causes combined. Car crashes are up here, and then the other causes are all kind of down here. Other causes have declined over time, road deaths have declined in other nations, while U.S. road deaths have flattened and actually gone up considerably. And pedestrian deaths have increased 77% nationwide since 2010. Unfortunately, California is not bucking the trend, and neither is Redwood City. So California in 2022 was ranked 43rd in pedestrian safety and 42nd in bicycle safety, respectively, kind of around Georgia, Arkansas, and Texas. We're kind of in the league with those states, and this is not absolute numbers. This is rates of pedestrian and bicyclist fatalities. And the thing, there's something called tombstone outcomes. So people tend to measure deaths. So like if you compare deaths, there's actually more gun deaths in kids now than road deaths. And that has to do with a lot of self-harm. But if you look at the injuries, road injuries outnumber gun injuries in kids 24-1. So from my perspective, there's literally nothing more important than having our streets safe. We say that our priorities are housing, transportation, and youth. Many children cannot drive, or they should not drive, given the health outcomes. And then the other thing that's happening at the same time is that with the tariffs coming, the cost of a car is going to go up probably 10 to 20%. And so between our, best in the country weather, our progressive values and priorities, and the enormous cost savings of allowing people to get around our city without having to either purchase a new car, purchase a second car, be able to get by, with fewer miles, that both saves individual households tremendous amounts of money. Cars are very expensive to buy and maintain. And because road wear is a function of axle weight to the fourth power, if you reduce the amount of driving and people are able to walk and bike, we're going to save the infrastructure we have. So on that note, I would love to see a lot more money go into road safety. And to Jeff's question, I would take a C- in almost everything else if we were an A+ in safe streets. And I think what we've really seen on the Broadway pedestrian mall is that streets aren't just a place to pass through, that they can be a place to be. They can almost be like a linear park. A safe street, I know I had a safe street in front of my house during the pandemic. Children, it was almost like life returned. There was children riding their bikes and people walking and dogs and birds twittering. It was amazing. And when we lost that, immediately the cars started roaring down it again and doing donuts. And so I think we have to start thinking of our streets as not just a place to pass through, but a place that people can even be. And so I would love to see, even the $42,000 for maintaining our street trees. I mean, that's a very small amount of money with, I think, a huge ROI. If it would be possible to consider that, and if it would be possible to reallocate funds and spend a lot more on street safety, that would be great. And then, how much and where, I would, leave to you. Some other what I would consider cheap, easy wins around that would be wayfinding. So a lot of times it's not clear what the safe route is. And so people, if you pull up Google Maps, they'll give you the direct route, which is usually the car route. A lot of times for 30 to 60 seconds more of biking, you can have a much safer route. And so wayfinding, like there is kind of in the neighborhoods west of El Camino and Mount Carmel, you have this beautiful wayfinding with nice signs and sharrows pointing the way. So wayfinding is a cheap, easy way to improve safety. And then with parking, I would love to move towards seeing parking become sustainable and net neutral. I think in general, if you ask people, do you want to pay more for parking? They're going to say no. But a frequent complaint I hear from business owners is that there's not enough parking, despite there being hundreds of empty parking spaces in garages. And I think what it really is those parking spaces right in front of their business don't turn over fast enough so that there's always 1 to 2 available spots on each side of every block, which I think is the SHOOP standard. So I think pricing that parking so that we see that turnover and those business owners, that their customers can always find a spot right on that block, right in front of the store. So I think, let's see, so is road safety, moving parking towards a sustainable model where we are, recovering our costs there. Automated enforcement, I know that Christian Hammock had piloted automated enforcement of parking in our neighborhood, and I love that idea. I mean, I think just the certainty of getting a ticket if you don't move your car encourages compliance and will help with revenue. Let's see here. Other strategies I think that are inexpensive are narrowing streets and reducing speed limits. As I understand it, road wear is mostly a function of weight, but it can also be a function of speed. So reducing speed limits could help to lower costs. And I think just one more comment that if it would be possible to, and a constituent wrote in about this, that when we do bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure, if we could have it be protected with cement, I think that makes people feel a lot safer, and it objectively makes them safer. I think studies have shown that those protected bike lanes really reduce injury crashes. And the awesome thing about making people on foot and people on bikes safe is that it reduces all road injuries. The reverse does not apply. You can make things safer for people in cars. That doesn't necessarily translate to lower rates of injuries and deaths for people on foot or bikes. If you make it safe for people walking and make it safe for people biking, then all road deaths and injuries would go down. So I would love to just see a real focus on that, because you can't replace a kid. And if a kid gets hurt or a kid dies, you can never get that back. And I think I would just really love to see us focus on that. So that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Is there anybody, excuse me, any other questions, comments, remarks? Vice Mayor Aiken.
Okay. Wow. Okay, so here are my comments. I'm going to start with noticing, I'm going to pick up on what two of my colleagues said, Mr. Sturkin and Ms. Chu, talking about kind of a lot about parking. And so I'm seeing that the parking, it's a total in this 1 year budget of $4.5 million on parking, 7 different projects. And picking up on one of the things that Mr. Sturkin said, why not switch out some of the one-time funds that are now going to the Broadway garbage, the Broadway thing and the garbage thing, which is one, switch out the dedicated parking funds to fund that, and then that frees up some of the one-time dollars to fund some of these other amazing things that my colleagues are talking about. That's one idea I have. Before I go to saying what I support of what I've heard my other colleagues say, I wanted to say what really does concern me on Exhibit C, which is what we're deciding to unfund. I feel really concerned about just not funding at all this stormwater master plan. I know my colleagues have talked about let's do new plans, let's study new things. And yes, you can't manifest anything before studying it first. And it seems alarming to me to when 1,000-year storms are now becoming 100-year storms, when we're seeing really unpredictable weather events pretty much every year. And, we have in Redwood City, basically the geology is it starts at 280 and it just goes down to the bay. And so those events of water flooding, sudden flooding, all sorts of things are going to continue and in unpredictable ways. So by heading off the $3.2 million that we were going to spend on a stormwater master plan, I think we need to tweak the numbers and find a way to keep that in the fray, in the plans. We saw what happened in 2022, 2023, and it was unpredictable weather pattern, and we were cleaning up after it for a long time. So I think we need a plan, a stormwater management plan. I'm concerned about taking that completely off. So I would like us in the downtown. We'll go back to that one in a minute. I also think we need to be careful about defunding the Redwood Creek and the channel. I do concur with what Ms. Chu said about the traffic mitigation, safety. She says it more eloquently than I do, but what really triggered my thinking is we have this Mediterranean climate here in the Bay Area, one of maybe 5 in the world. And I recall several years ago being in Amsterdam and in Holland and bicycling where, there were thousands of bicycles. There were just huge just thousands of bicyclists. And they are not a Mediterranean climate. They have storms, they have snow, they have just much more bleak conditions, but they manage to ride their bikes. So I do support the idea of making our roads even friendlier for bikes and for safety and for pedestrian, all the statistics that she named, that I believe her. And so that's very compelling to me. I guess I have some questions for staff about the trees. Because the city trees asked about, because they need to water trees. Redwood City has a policy that homes where a tree is outside their home, they ask homeowners to water that tree in front of their house on a city street. Is that correct?
Thank you. Excuse me. Yes, thank you. That is correct. Yes, the survival of a new tree is really greatly dependent upon kind of the cooperation and collaboration with the adjacent with the property owner, because they can more easily, ensure that the tree gets watered on a continual basis, that cars aren't, opening the doors and slamming it on the tree. So, yes, we definitely like to partner with the property owner to do watering when possible.
Okay, what I'm hearing you say is there's a policy reason behind that. It isn't just because it's expensive to water trees, it's also that trees have a higher likelihood of surviving and thriving if the homeowner adjacent to the tree really takes care of it.
Correct. Yes, but there is a savings as well. It's very, very expensive to to drive up and down the street and water trees. Yes.
Sure. Mm-hmm. And you were, if I'm not mistaken, you were also looking at ways to incentivize homeowners to water the trees in front of their house. Tell me about that.
Right. Well, so one of the suggestions that was made was to, this is not something we can necessarily do with city funds, but as it was a recommendation made to some of our partners, was the possibility of, offering a small gift card to people who are willing to enter into an agreement to water their tree. The cost to water the tree is very, very minimal in terms of actual water usage. It's you're talking about $12 or something like that a year, something very, very small. But the thought would be to offer some sort of just a small gift card or token of appreciation to them for helping to beautify the city and get some sort of small token of appreciation from one of the organizations.
So it's cheaper, it's more likely that the tree would survive if the homeowner takes an interest in that tree and waters the tree. It's also cheaper if the homeowner waters the tree because it's really expensive to transport water all over the city. Is that why?
Correct. It's the cost is not in the water itself. The cost is in the truck and the labor to drive up and down the streets and to stop and double park and pull out and water that individual tree and then move on to the next tree, because the trees aren't they're not on a generally speaking, they're not on a single, like just straight down the row. You can just water each of the newly planted trees. There might be a tree on one side of the city and then a tree on the other side of the city. So there's costs associated with getting to each of the locations.
And so you probably haven't done this analysis, but like $12 a year for a homeowner to water a tree for a year. Any estimate on what it would cost the city to water that tree for a year?
I don't know offhand, but it would a lot more, because each, say, you would have to factor in the employee time for that, to just that one tree, and you're talking about multiple trips to that tree, every month. So that's significant.
And I guess we had a. Okay, I'll leave it there. I guess I really want more trees in Redwood City. I really want a green canopy. It's great for climate protection, and I support making sure our trees are watered and our canopy is healthy. I think there needs to be a little more digging and discussion and sussing this out. So maybe more conversation on that. So in the Palm Park, the Palm Park neighborhood, so much of the one-time money is going to downtown, and I understand why. That's our tax base. That's where people go. That's where the parking needs are. But there are needs in other parts of the city. And, there are two identified projects in Palm Park. There's the stretch traffic calming for the stretch of road between Woodside and Redwood. There's also maybe traffic calming between Woodside Road and Redwood on Union Street and Hudson Street, one or the other. This neighborhood is an extremely dense neighborhood. A lot of apartments, three generations of people living in one apartment. Oftentimes, you'll walk down the street and in front of an apartment where there would be a small lawn, you might see an entire contents of an apartment dumped on the lawn, so it's as high as your head. And I saw this last year, and I asked a neighbor, what's going on here? It was there for over a week. And she said, oh, the tenant got evicted and got mad, and the landlord just threw all his stuff out. And there's dumping a lot in the Palm Park neighborhood. And it just seems to me that there could be a little more creativity. There's so many needs. You just kind of scratch the surface. And these folks are working 2 and 3 jobs, perhaps difficulty communicating, difficulty getting basic things and the businesses downtown don't have that problem. They communicate extremely well, extremely constantly. And I just think we can be a little bit more creative. There's so many things that could help the Palm Park neighborhood and the Redwood Oak neighborhood as well. I'm almost done. I do want to push back. I've heard several of my colleagues, in good faith and for good reason, talk about how important it is to have the rainy day fund. And we have a rainy day fund. I'm just going to push back a little bit. I know Bad News Beth has been telling us, and you're not a Bad News Beth. I don't agree with that moniker. But the staff report says there is uncertainty. For sure there's uncertainty. There's instability. Uncertainty is uncertainty. Things could be unexpectedly better. Things could be unexpectedly worse in ways we can anticipate, in ways we can't. That's why we have our rainy day fund now. And I'm just going to push back a little bit too, because the same reason that we need to be careful about taxpayers' money, we need to be good stewards of the money of Redwood City residents, we need to be good stewards too by not putting too much of their money just sitting in a bank account. Especially when you have this idea that projects, as Mr. G tells us so often, projects always get more expensive. They never get less expensive. They always get more expensive. So I'm concerned about being, tabling too many programs, too many projects, and then when they finally come back to air, they're even more expensive. We have stop gaps. We're constantly looking at our budget. We look at our budget all the time. We're always projecting. So I'm very confident with Beth and her team that if we start seeing bad, trends that, less money is coming in, less, we can adjust. I mean, look at all the stuff we're already tabling. We can, I don't think at this time, when what the report says is uncertainty, it doesn't say for sure bad, it doesn't say for sure good, it says uncertain, we don't know. And I am leery about taking that uncertainty and saying, we've got to take all the money off the table and just put it in the bank. I think we can be a little more nuanced than that. So I may be done. This historic walking tour. Our downtown, all that with our downtown, but, the historic walking tour signs are dilapidated. They're sun-drenched. They don't really work. They really need to be just restored. And I don't think it would cost that much money. And I think it benefits everyone in Redwood City. So I think we should fund that as well. I'll stop.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And seeing Councilmember Howard has her hand raised.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to ask, there was a speaker earlier who spoke about city trees and the $42,000, and I really appreciate, Adrian, your explanation that you gave to the Vice Mayor. I wanted to know, would someone be reaching out to city trees? Because I feel like, is there a miscommunication somehow that City Trees feels that they have to be responsible for watering trees? I'm sure they must be aware of, that you're asking the owners to take on that responsibility. So I don't want to leave that one hanging. It sounds like the $42,000 doesn't need to be spent for watering if in fact people do what they signed up to do. Could somebody address that? Is that a problem? Is it something that's not happening and that's why City Trees stepped up?
Correct. Thank you. Yes. So in this case, this is money that's being spent above and beyond an agreement with the adjacent property owner. So it's a case where maybe a tree got planted, but the adjacent property owner didn't want to water it, or maybe the trees needed some additional watering that it wasn't getting. So these are cases where there's either not an agreement in place or the agreement's not being honored for the watering.
If I could jump in for a second, Diane, my understanding, but Adrian, please correct me, that the Department of Public Works had a watering truck. And so they were doing the watering. This is what City Trees has told me. They were doing the watering, the city was, the Department of Public Works, with this watering truck using recycled water. And the truck broke down. And it would be very, very expensive to replace the truck. And so the city told City Trees last year or the year before, we can't, our truck doesn't work anymore, we can't go around watering these. And then it's come to a head because they've paid $42,000 to water. So that's part of it, right? That the truck broke down. So we were doing it, right?
Correct. At one point, the Public Works did do watering kind of on an as-needed emergency basis. We weren't. There wasn't like a dedicated person to water or anything like that. It was more just as staff had time, we would try to fit in a watering at certain key locations.
Thank you. Diane, I didn't mean to barge in. I just was...
Well, I'm just wondering, how does that, is there a plan to talk with City Trees and come up with a better plan? It sounds like we really need to maybe strengthen the agreements we have with people before we will put in a new tree. I mean, I'm a big fan of canopy and beautiful trees, but if people are not going to be responsible and take this small, we're only asking them a very small favor, and that's to keep the tree alive. And if they can't do that, I think that's something maybe we need to look at, because I don't want that to become a city category that we have to fund that when we're asking the city residents to help us with this particular thing. Any comments, Adrian? Is there?
No, not at this time. I can, I actually have a monthly meeting with City Trees, and I can meet with them. But as far as, watering, this is kind of, we've had some just dialogue and discussion back and forth, and they have funded the watering in the last couple of years, as Vice Mayor mentioned, and I think they wanted to utilize that monies for other purposes, other plantings and things like that, as well as their concerns about funding issues going forward. So this is something that just kind of has come to a head, and I can definitely discuss further with City Trees, and we can see if there's some other alternative solution.
Thank you, Adrian, and thank you, Councilmember Howard. It looks like our city manager might have some response for you.
I was just
thank
going
you.
Thank you. I was just going to say that in light of the comments we've heard so far, it doesn't sound like there's necessarily support for a program where city staff are paid to water trees, but that the council is interested in us exploring incentives that perhaps we could coordinate with city trees that would help the property owner to do the watering. But that is our view of what would be a more efficient and effective approach and kind of better use of taxpayer money than paying employees or well-compensated employees to be doing that work. So we'd like, and I think I'm hearing some council support for continuing to explore something that supports the trees getting watered, but that's not a city obligation for this to water the trees.
I'm not sure. I did hear Councilmember Chu say she thought that should be funded. I'm not sure yet. I'm willing to explore it more, but I do think trees are a priority, and I'm not willing to take that off the table just yet. It's a complicated mix, but I need to try to understand more about what's really going on here, because we do want to have a really robust green. I don't want to take that off the table. I want to explore it more.
Thanks for clarifying.
Well, could I suggest, Mayor, I'm sorry.
Of course.
Could I suggest that maybe we let our city staff have the conversation they need to have with city trees and see how that turns out, and then come back to us with a report as we go through the different meetings we will be having leading up to the budget. It doesn't have to be a decision made tonight. I'm hoping, and thank you. I just didn't want to leave it dangling because it sounded pretty important and also didn't sound like we really had a proper solution for it. So I'm looking forward to the conversation with our city staff and city trees. And if you could keep us updated, that would be great.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Howard. Do you have any other questions, comments before we move on here?
Yes, I wanted to ask, stormwater, creeks and channels, my gosh, we have had problems in the past, and I wanted to ask the city manager, is she comfortable with the money proposed at this time for the plan? I'm listening to the vice mayor's comments, and I'd really like to hear, do you feel comfortable at this time with the way we're proceeding in addressing stormwater in our channels and creeks?
I'll invite Tanisha to come up and add additional comment as well. But I think overall, we have a major gap in what we need for stormwater, and we do plan to discuss that at more length with the next council meeting when we do plan a staff report on that. So I would say I would see this recommendation for this year as maybe a transitional kind of balancing act of trying to address the many different things that we hear of in terms of community needs, but we certainly need a long-term strategy in terms of funding and supporting stormwater, and this is by no means it. We'll be starting to build on that, but Tanisha, is there more you would add?
Absolutely. So before we can really prioritize projects on the stormwater side, we need to have master planning in place. That's really one of the documents that we use in order to justify which projects are moving forward at what time. There was an earlier comment about the funding recommended for the stormwater master plan, and the reason that it was reduced down to zero for 25-26 is because we first need to do our stormwater roadmap, and we're currently working on the stormwater roadmap that will identify some of the highest priority areas. It will also identify potential funding sources for us to fund those projects, and we'll be coming back to the council in the fall to go over the results of the stormwater roadmap and then transitioning into stormwater master plan. So before we can allocate more money to stormwater, we really need those guiding documents in place.
Thank you, Tanisha. I like your long-term strategy. Thank you for that explanation. I appreciate it.
I don't know what stormwater roadmap means. Roads? Like cars are on roads, storms are not on roads. I don't know what that means.
You can consider a preliminary document that facilitates the stormwater master plan.
Okay.
So it's looking at a very high level, getting the bones of what our master plan would look like.
So is it like doing a radar on the ravines and figuring out where the ravines are and where the water goes?
It has nothing to do with the roadway network. It's just a word that we use as a precursor to the master plan.
So why isn't the budget having a $ for a roadmap? Is it free?
The roadmap is currently funded.
I think it gets confusing for council members because what we're bringing forward are things that we are seeking funding for, but there are many capital projects that are already funded, already underway. So the preliminary work, what we call the roadmap for stormwater, is underway, and that will inform development of the stormwater master plan, and we'll then ask for money to develop the master plan, and we'll then ask for money to implement the actual projects for that master plan.
Fair enough. Why was it there as 3.5 and then, oh, we don't need it? I mean, at some time, were you ready? And it was in the budget, and why is it not now?
I'm going to ask Tanisha to help with that.
So when we're looking to fund our unfunded projects, we're really looking at the whole laundry list of projects that we'd like to have allocation for. The stormwater master plan, right now we're estimating will take us about $3.5 million based off of some of our prior master planning efforts. It doesn't need to be funded in year one. It would be great to fund it in year one so we can accelerate our time frame. But the reality is, because there's so much work that has to go into the roadmap and really preparing for the master plan, we're just not going to be ready for that allocation in year one. And there are hundreds of other projects that could really use that allocation.
Thank you.
And Mayor, I have one last comment. Is that okay?
Of course. Please go ahead, Councilmember Howard.
Thank you. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. I feel like I'm there. I'm watching all of you. I just wanted to put a plug in for something that I feel we could do, which is, I know that the one-time funds, it may not happen again. It may not repeat. So I was hoping that if we do have a modest recommendation, I understand the city manager is already thinking ahead on this. I would love to see the Human Services Financial Assistance budget for the Housing and Human Concerns Committee given a boost so that they can have additional money to give out in the year ahead. I know how they leverage that money and how much goodwill and good services are provided that the city can itself provide. We get a lot of bang for our buck, so I would love to see HSFA budget increased one time. Understood it would be maybe one time only. And also the Arts Commission budget. Having looked at the grants for the past couple of years, I can't believe the amount of good that they are doing with the grants as small as a couple $100 and how much goodwill and really benefit to the city that we get. So those two have budgets. Those two commissions have budgets. I'd love to see them get a one-time injection of money, help them out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Howard. Councilmember Chu, you're next.
Sorry, back to the tree thing, and we don't need to. Anyway, trees, benches, water fountains, and bathrooms are essential infrastructure for people who primarily walk and bike for transportation, and the communities that are most likely to walk and bike for transportation are least likely to be able to afford to water trees. So, I don't, it doesn't necessarily need to be the 42,000 and a employee driving around watering trees all over the city. But if we, you can literally look at an aerial map of the Bay Area and you can tell the income level of that neighborhood by how much green there is. It is a proxy for socioeconomic status. And so if we do have neighborhoods that are densely populated where, for whatever reason, maybe it's because there's a lot of multifamily households, maybe there's a lot of people with various reasons why they are unable to take care of a tree, I would just love to see, for those communities where for whatever reason they have not been able to support their trees, to concentrate some funding or some support to ensure a tree canopy in those neighborhoods as well. It shouldn't be contingent on, sort of the goodwill of a homeowner. We don't do that to cars. No homeowner is responsible for paving the road in front of their house. No homeowner is expected to put in a stop sign or a stoplight. You're not even allowed to put in a crosswalk, but for pedestrian infrastructure, we sort of shift that responsibility onto individuals. And I believe it is an essential infrastructure for those who do not drive for transportation.
Thank you, Councilmember Chu. Councilmember Padilla.
Thank you. I actually am glad that Councilmember Chu mentioned that. I think it is a matter of equity. I think it's not as simple for everyone to water the tree, and I guess it makes me question also, when we do get new trees, what's the communication with the resident? Are they asked, what type of tree, told when they're going to plant it, asked if they're able to, sustain the tree? So I'm thinking, is there a program for people who, want a tree but can't water it? So then you opt in. So then, like Isabel saying, then we have a list of people to go. But I do think it's a matter of equity. Water is expensive. When people are living, a lot of people in a home, if you're, shortening your showers for people in your house, you might not necessarily think that it's, just a $12, to water a tree. I don't know if that actually is the number, but I know that it is costly. And trees should be for everybody. So I do think if the city is planting the trees, I don't think that we should be absolved of taking care of them.
Thank you both. Councilmember Sturkin.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to try to, respond to everything here. So firstly, I want to just throw my support behind something I heard from both Councilmember Chu and Vice Mayor about, oh gosh, where did I put it? Okay, sorry. Okay, spend more on traffic safety, the traffic safety program, I think I heard correctly, and leave it up to staff to kind of determine or recommend kind of what trade-offs may be necessary in order to do that. But I, for my part, I think would like to suggest if the trade-off is necessary to move funds, swap funds from the pavement program. And I just want to kind of back that up with a couple facts here. So the average vehicle weighs about 4,000 pounds and causes far more road damage than a bicyclist. And at a ratio of 1 to 0.00006. So if we were to prioritize more road traffic safety, the traffic safety program, including protected bike lanes, as I heard, I think nods from the mayor about and Councilmember Chu mentioned, we could actually reduce our ongoing long-term road repair costs that are included in that pavement program budget. Not immediately, of course, but over time. And then in terms of, making an economic argument for this as well, a study by Kittleson and Associates found that when a bike lane was added, a protected bike lane rather, in Seattle on Broadway, another Broadway, it saw an increase in food service employment by 31% on that street. In Minneapolis, for example, there was an increase in food sales, 52%. So there is an economic argument to be made for investing in traffic safety in the form of improvements for pedestrians and for bicyclists, for people on bikes and people on foot in our downtown and elsewhere, which I'm really glad, Vice Mayor, you mentioned that, these complete streets aren't just for downtown. They should be everywhere. And we got a taste of that during the pandemic with the Slow Streets program. And we need a Slow Streets program 2.0, you know what I mean? With But anyway, that's kind of outside the scope of this conversation. And so that is my, suggestion there for those reasons. And I just want to follow up on some of the other things my colleagues mentioned. Okay. Wayfinding is a great suggestion. San Carlos has done that. They've installed signs like on San Carlos Avenue and elsewhere to kind of guide bicyclists along the ideal routes, safest routes to the city. We even have that here in Redwood City, guiding folks, identifying bicycle routes in the city. So we do have some of that signage, but could use more. And also, moving on to parking, coming back to parking, I agree with Councilmember Chu in wanting to make the parking fund sustainable for the purposes of funding all these improvements that we have here, and making it such that people who do not own a car are not subsidizing people who do own a car. That doesn't quite make sense to me. That public streets should be for public good, not for private use. It's at least in the form, at least especially in downtown. But I'll get off my soapbox there. Okay. And so what does that look like? I did ask earlier a question about, have we considered increasing our parking meter rates? And I checked with Regina this morning, Regina Van Brunt, from the Downtown Business Group about the idea, and she was open to it as long as we're not increasing those costs too much too quickly, right? And engage the business community at every step of the way, because we haven't increased parking rates in quite a long time, right? The latest thing we did, of course, was simply extend the enforcement hours, with mixed results. Because we want to incentivize people to use our parking garages, because there is enough parking in Redwood City downtown. And one of our former assistant city managers, or was it Aaron Acknett, he had fought for the signage, the electronic billboards to be placed throughout the city that we have now, to let people know exactly how many available parking spots there are in each parking garage. So we know it's there. But anyhow, to Councilmember Chu's point, studies show that if we priced street parking appropriately, it would encourage people to use those parking garages and keep a couple spaces available within each block for that grab and go use, and to meet businesses' needs for those curbside parking spots that our community members who maybe have a disability or can't walk for long can use. And I was really glad to see the inclusion of the photometric lighting study and fixtures for Marshall Street Garage, because that's a reason that was mentioned earlier, is that a lot of people don't use the parking garages because they don't feel safe in them. So investing in the security and the lighting and modernizing these parking garages, Jefferson and Marshall, is a great investment. And I appreciate staff for recommending that, the use of one-time funds for that. Okay, so moving right along here, back to the trees. I think I support something that maybe was mentioned by Councilmember Howard, of just giving that back to staff to kind of maybe come back with some type of recommendation about what it looks like for us to partner with City Trees or otherwise to support our tree canopy, and especially in neighborhoods that don't have it, like in our equity priority neighborhoods. Alrighty. And sorry, I'm just looking through all my notes here. I did want to ask a couple quick questions. So I think I saw correctly on the list of unfunded and deferred projects, the Fire Department Training Center. Is that right? because I'm pretty sure that it's on attachment C. Is it C? The unfunded and deferred. So, but I know, Chief Carter, you had mentioned, you had highlighted that project, but then I see that it's not funded.
Yeah, that's future costs. So this year, we currently have funding to start the initial project, but we're looking next year for securing fundings moving forward.
Okay, great. I'm just glad to hear that it's moving forward, in the future. Thank you. And then with the facilities security improvements cameras, I remember we talked about this at length last year during the CIP program, and we had recommended $800,000 for the initial kind of study and pilot. And so has that study happened yet? And is that why we're recommending $1.3 million to move forward tonight?
It's underway now.
Oh, fantastic. Okay. I just recall talking at length about not knowing the full scope and cost of the project, and then seeing here 1.3 million in one-time funds being allocated for this without knowing that yet, but it's underway. So will there be, will we receive an update on that hopefully soon, or do you anticipate completion of the pilot and the study soon?
We are not only analyzing the technology requirements, but we're also developing a policy. So that policy would be coming forward.
Thank you. Alrighty. Okay, and I mentioned the trees. Gosh, okay, there's just so much that we covered here. So, alrighty. Well, I think I will leave it there. But in summary, I would, support reducing the pavement repair program as a trade-off, if necessary, to increase the traffic safety program funding, and look at our parking fund and how to make that sustainable in the long run. And to your point, Vice Mayor, about repurposing parking funds, I was reviewing in the recommended projects, the profiles of recommended projects, and it seemed as if a lot of those parking funded projects are part of like a positive feedback loop. Like we actually need the investment in the parking, meter kiosks where you pay. We need the investment in the maintenance of our parking garages. So it is kind of it does seem essential. And the only thing I could think of in that list that maybe is not essential but appreciated by the community is the residential parking permit program, and that's only $20,000. So it wouldn't really get us to Broadway pedestrian mall level costs, nor would it be popular. So thanks to you. Just wanted to make sure I covered that.
Thank you. And I agree with you. I'm fine with upgrading the kiosks. I'm okay with exploring everything you said. What I wanted to explore for a minute is page 8 of the attachment A. It's a dedicated parking thing. It's $2 million, and it's something that we were looking at before COVID, and then it just kind of fell by the wayside. It seems to me that we could move some of those dedicated parking funds to do other dedicated parking things. And I don't want to get too much into the weeds, but that jumped out at me. That's $2 million. And I don't even know what it's for. It's for like a partnership agreement with the county. I just think I don't think it rises to the level of emergency the way a lot of this other stuff does. And it's $2 million. But
would you like staff to provide some information on the project?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I'll invite Tanisha forward. My recollection with this one, because it is one that's been around for a little while, is that when the county planned for their parking structure, they had quite a lot of space, and that they were not sure they ultimately would use all of that space. And we are often being asked for more space downtown for people who are employees downtown. And so in order to avoid, say, employees of restaurants parking right near the restaurant, taking up customer parking, what could the city do creatively to provide spaces for employees to park somewhere else? So conceptually, the idea was to use parking in lieu fees, which are paid by developers for their impact on public parking, to use those fees to acquire additional parking spaces in the county garage. So a little distant from, say, the main restaurant core, but to give those employees a place to park. So that's some of the background, and I share some of that too because that's before Tanisha's time, but maybe she has more she'd like to add.
And just to clarify, the $2 million that we're looking for the partnership with the county garage, that's not coming from the capital outlay fund. It's coming from dedicated downtown parking funds, and that's specifically only to be used for parking needs. We are looking to partner with the county. Right now, their lot is not open to the public, and in order to create a program where we explore that partnership, we need startup costs for the program, there's staff time allocated for it, and then there's implementation costs. So we're looking to allocate $2 million from the parking fund, not necessarily the same conversation as the capital outlay fund.
No, I know it's not, but there's money from the capital outlay fund that's being used for downtown parking purposes. And so what I'm suggesting is we take the capital outlay money that's currently being used for downtown parking purposes and shift it out for the parking in lieu fees that frees up the capital outlay funds. That's what I'm suggesting, that we transfer some of that $2 million. That's what I'm suggesting, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and so just so I'm narrowing in appropriately, so are you thinking of, for example, the improvements to the garages to Jefferson and Marshall, for example? I think a challenge there might be is those don't actually add new parking capacity. They would make the garages more appealing to people. But I think the parking impact fee funds or the parking in lieu funds have to actually add new parking stalls because they're being collected when development causes new demand on parking, so they have to produce new parking spaces. So a different use. The one-time funds are really to make the garages more attractive, but they're not adding stalls. So I don't think that's actually a trade-off we can make, unfortunately.
Even if they're not being used now, it's like they don't exist because they're not being used because people don't feel safe, so they're not parking there. So you could make the argument that you are adding parking because people aren't using that parking.
I admire your creativity. I wouldn't feel comfortable talking to an auditor about it, though. and city attorney, same.
Thank you both. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Chu.
How can I say this? Given that we have, so if I'm a restaurant worker, I'm going to, they're rational. So if we price the prime parking, so it's cheap and easy to park, and the garages are distant, not visible, and often the same price, more expensive. Well, they're slightly cheaper, but that differential has to be big enough that you disincentivize parking there. That's why people park in front, is because that's convenient and cheap and easy. I would really love to avoid buying more parking when we have hundreds and hundreds of unused spaces. I really pay attention. Every time I walk by a garage, I look at the counter, and we have so much parking downtown. If we could avoid spending $2 million on more parking and do almost anything else with that money, I would be really happy about that.
I might say I've heard a lot today in talking with council members over the weekend. There's clearly a lot of energy to talk about parking strategy. I think some of these projects aren't moving forward quickly. So I think there might be some time for more staff explanation of the strategies, particularly around the use of the in lieu fees, for which we collect them in order to increase parking capacity. So we do have a limited number of ways that we can use those funds, and so I do want to have that caveat.
If I may just add that, just for the council's awareness, the in lieu fees that we do collect are subject to the Mitigation Fee Act. So they are just as heavily regulated as impact fees are when we're talking about what we can use those fees for. And there are neighboring cities, I will not name the cities, that have had parking fees completely stripped for not using them for proper purposes or in a timely way. And so it is something that, I mean, I'm happy to provide more information to the council to help you understand, but when we're talking about these in lieu fees, it's very similar to when we're talking about spending impact fees and making sure we're spending them correctly.
Really quick, I think I know the answer to this, but I'll ask it anyway. These parking in lieu fees, can they be put in other parts of the city where there is a parking problem? Can they be put toward, obviously there are other problems with like land and other things, but you know, theoretically, could we put an underground parking garage where there is really serious parking problems in another part with these in lieu fees? It's a hypothetical.
I think it's something we can look at. For the in lieu fees are only collected in the downtown, but it's something that we can look at.
And the only other comment I'll just make, again, I think there needs to be a more full discussion of this, and we have some time planned, I think later this summer, to be talking about changing parking standards in relation to what will make the city able to qualify for MTC grants going forward. But both at the regional level through the Metropolitan Transportation Commission and through a lot of pending legislation, there are more and more restrictions on cities' abilities to require parking associated with new development. So just one caution as you think about, and I hear and understand perceptions about there being plenty of parking. That's frequently not what we hear from residents, so there's still a mismatch between what we hear and what others perceive. But there is, I think, very real trends pushing toward making it more difficult for us to require other people to provide parking. And so then that does put more pressure on public parking and public expense. So I will suggest we not make any rash decisions about unfunding our parking needs.
Great. Thank you, everybody, for that discussion. Any other questions, comments, remarks? Going once? Okay.
Mayor, hurry up.
Yeah. Let's see if we can get this done. Again, thank you, everybody, for the great conversation. Staff, for all of your time tonight. I think there's lots of info to go through, but lots of great work to celebrate, too. Looking at what I've heard, you know, the security cameras, I know that's something that took up lots of time last year, but really glad that's moving forward. And the implementation of the privacy and the footage retention is something that staff is still looking closely at. The creek safety improvements, the expansion of Jardín de Niños, the renovation at Hoover Park, turning the Vera bike lane into a permanent facility, the El Camino bike lanes, right, that are going to complement the northbound lanes that were funded by development. And then, you know, looking at Tanisha, I think the chart that you had about 27% of the recommended CIP budget for engineering and transportation being equity projects, I think is just an incredible achievement in itself. And, you know, I'm thinking of what I heard tonight. I'm very much supportive of that facility needs assessment, a capital program contingency plan, because like staff's described tonight, we simply can't fund all the truly time-sensitive and critical improvements that we have. And we can't wait for emergencies to find out what new needs we have either. You know, looking at the 5-year outlook, it's incredible but not surprising that there is that 1.5 time multiplier cost, right, for all these projects. And that's a perfect segue to the self-sufficiency, I think, that's going to be created by the Economic Stability Reserve, the $5 million we're talking about. And, you know, I know that's a surplus that's coming from our workers' comp balance, and that's not a stable funding source. and I'm thinking about the comments I've heard about the stormwater, right? We've seen during severe flooding in District 4 and other parts of Redwood City that there's a lot of more work we can be doing on that front. But kind of had me thinking about maybe either, not sure what to call it, but an equity carve out or maybe an internal goal that we set for ourselves, so that projects in equity neighborhoods, are always given their time, their consideration, and we can catch up on the underinvestment that's happened right throughout the course of many, many, many years. So thinking about something like that, I appreciate the level of focus that's being proposed with the downtown public safety and economic development investments, and really appreciate the talking about parking enforcement, our parking permit program. I, as somebody who lived in Stambaugh, which is only a few blocks away from downtown, knew the frustration that people have with our parking permit program and the inability to enforce it. So, I think before we consider, system improvements or anything like that, that we really look at enforcement and the people power to make the program stand on its own. It is frustrating to go to constituents who are upset about illegal parking or traffic issues to tell them, hey, we have this great program, and for them to feel like they don't even want to put in the work to kickstart it because who's going to enforce it, right? So, and hearing the same thing about our revenue downtown, that we still have too many people who are not paying the machines or getting away with parking for free downtown, right? So I think there's a lot that we could be doing on that front. I love the level of focus that we have for our downtown through these proposals. Would love to see us go beyond that, beyond the orbit of our downtown with this level of service, of care, to not just Stambaugh, Heller, Palm Park, the neighborhoods that are right in the orbit of our downtown, but other areas that are driving service calls for the PD, for fire department. Thinking about the commercial zones along El Camino, on Woodside Road, on Manor, right? There are lots of these pockets of businesses that have been here for a while that could definitely use that TLC. Aside from that, I love the concept of the ambassador that we could be getting through what's being proposed here. I think the idea of having an ambassador, a community service officer, to focus on those quality of life issues that we're experiencing downtown, that we're hearing about from businesses, is so important. And like it's been mentioned, I would love to see that same energy brought to our other neighborhoods. Palm Park and different parts of my district have so many issues with illegal dumping and parking enforcement. Some on-the-ground presence would really go a long way, and I think could help sort of mitigate the growing pains, I'll call them, that we're seeing from our city continuing to grow. So in the future, just looking to see other public safety improvements like the security cameras that we started to invest in. Bike lanes, I had heard this tonight, I've said this before at the dais, I would love to see truly protected bike lanes, and that includes bollards, or I always mention the city of San Jose has street parking protecting our cyclists, right? So I would love to see future planning sort of take that into consideration. It'll protect folks a lot more than paint will, but I know progress is progress. So, and I mentioned our community ambassadors. I would love to see more public spaces, more public art. Our vice mayor mentioned our history signs downtown. I think our welcome to Redwood City signs along El Camino could use a fresh coat of paint, maybe some love there too. But as we expand downtown into District 4 and closer to El Camino, it's going to be one of our front doors. And I think lots of people will take note about the way that we present ourselves. So I think that is everything on my list, and it's still Monday. So I appreciate everyone's patience. I know we've got lots to go through, so those are my comments. Thank you. And thank you again, everybody. This was, City Manager Melissa, please.
So just briefly, if I could, to wrap up, so I heard a lot of support in council comments for a lot of what's in the CIP. I heard a few things where I heard clear interest by one or two people, and then I heard a clear majority interest in exploring tree watering. So far, though, that's really the only area where I'm sort of hearing look at changing the mix of what is proposed here. So I just want to make sure I'm hearing that clearly. If you think I didn't kind of hear a majority, I'd like to better understand them.
Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Manager, for the summary. I think I remember there being at least 3 folks who were interested in increasing funding for the traffic safety program.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I heard you and Councilmember Chu, but I didn't hear a third. So.
I was also supportive.
Thank you for that. Any other points of clarification, colleagues? Councilmember
Mayor,
Howard.
thank you. I just wanted to say I believe that the city manager and her staff are proposing a modest increase to Housing and Human Concerns and possibly the Art Commission, and that's why I mentioned it. I'd like to confirm that because I think it's important if we do have some one-time funds that we certainly could give a small amount to these agencies that really benefit the community in huge ways with such a small amount of money. So I just want to put that out there.
For the Human Services Financial Assistance Program in the recommended operating budget that you'll get in June, I was planning to recommend an increase, had not yet contemplated an increase for the Arts Commission, but I heard your feedback today and was going to discuss that further with staff.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Howard. Does staff feel like they've got enough input?
I think so. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you, everybody, for the great discussion today. Again, no formal action is going to be taken on this item tonight. So we'll move on to item 10, matters of council interest, starting with 10A, City Council report of meetings and conferences attended. Does anybody have anything they'd like to report out? Not seeing any. We'll move on to 10B, City Council committee reports. And I know we've got quite a few of these. So perfect. We'll start with item A, Equity and Social Justice Committee. Councilmember Sturgeon.
Thank you, Mayor. The Equity and Social Justice Subcommittee, consisting of Vice Mayor Aiken, Councilmember Padilla, and I, as a subcommittee chair, met on March 28th, and we received a presentation from Engineering and Transportation Director Tanisha Warner on equity and capital improvement project planning. Director Warner described how the city prioritizes infrastructure needs in underserved communities and how, in addition to fulfilling the city's equity goals, this has also helped the city to be more competitive in pursuing grant funding. Specific examples in which equity is central in capital project planning includes our ADA transition plan and utility master planning. We also received a presentation from Human Resources Director Michelle Katsuyoshi on diversity in hiring, and Director Katsuyoshi shared the latest data on racial diversity in the city's workforce and discussed improvements underway in data collection and actions to broaden the diversity of our applicant pool. These include expanding advertising efforts, HR partnering with hiring departments to support recruitment efforts, and an increase in outreach through in-person recruiting events. The committee also received a presentation from Equity and Inclusion Officer Brianna Evans on staff's plans to prepare a retrospective analysis of the city's equity work over the past several years and to develop an equity evaluation framework to guide the city's equity work going forward. Such a framework will support strategic prioritization in support of the interdepartmental coordination of the city's equity work and identify associated specific and measurable outcomes. Staff anticipate bringing this work back to council for review, back for review by the end of the calendar year. And finally, the committee discussed our work plan for the coming year, and in the fall, we expect to receive an update on the implementation of the city's language access plan and the equity evaluation framework. Our next meeting is scheduled for June 28th, where we plan to receive a report on economic mobility efforts and to discuss support for Indigenous communities through the potential practice of land acknowledgements.
Thank you, Councilmember Sturkin, for the great work there. Looking to Councilmember Chu, who has some news from Finance and Audit.
So the Finance and Audit Subcommittee, which consists of Vice Mayor Aiken, Councilmember Howard, and myself, met on March 28th. The subcommittee selected Councilmember Howard to serve as subcommittee chair. The subcommittee had an extensive discussion about the fiscal year 23-24 annual comprehensive financial report, abbreviated ACFR, which will be coming to the City Council for approval on April 28th, 2025. The subcommittee expressed its appreciation of the work done by the Finance Department to complete the ACFR, especially in light of recent staff turnover.
Thank you, Councilmember Chu. And Vice Mayor Aiken has a report from Governance.
Thank you, Mayor. The Governance Subcommittee, comprised of Mayor Martinez Ceballos, Councilmember G, and myself, met on Monday, March 31st. The subcommittee received a state legislative update from the city's consultant, California Public Policy Group, otherwise known as CPG, and provided feedback on the city's advocacy positions related to housing and land use, Brown Act compliance, children and youth, administration and fiscal responsibility, health and sustainability, and safety legislation. We also considered modifications to the Policy Advisory Committee membership and will be recommending ordinance amendments to the full council, reducing the size of the Police Advisory Committee to 7 members with staggered 4-year terms and appointment of all seats by majority vote of the full council. We expect the first reading and introduction of the ordinance to be considered at the next City Council meeting on April 28th. The next meeting of the Governance Subcommittee is Monday, April 21st.
Great. Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I think you've got another report from Utilities.
Yes. On Tuesday, March 11th, the Utilities Subcommittee, comprised of Councilmember Howard, Councilmember Padilla, and myself, received a presentation from staff on small wireless facilities. These antennas improve internet speed and can be installed on streetlights and utility poles. The Federal Communications Commission explicitly limits what the city can regulate. For example, if small wireless facilities meet FCC and state regulations, the city cannot prohibit their installation in the public right-of-way or based on radio frequency emissions. Staff also presented on the water rate study. The study aims to ensure water rates sufficiently recover expenses related to the water utility system. Staff expect to present proposed rates and procedure changes to the City Council in mid-2025, and at the same time, staff will be proposing to simplify the consumption charge for single-family residential customers to a single rate, like all other customers. Staff is also planning to propose new procedures for rate adoption that allow property owners and ratepayers to object to the proposed rates. The subcommittee received and discussed all of these issues.
Great. Thank you, Vice Mayor. And from the 84-101 Ad Hoc Committee, I do have some news. The committee, comprised of myself, Councilmembers G and Chu, met on March 21st. Port Commissioner Stan Maupin also attended. We welcomed our new staff project manager, principal planner Karen Pockmeyer. Consultants and staff shared the project is currently in its final design and the right-of-way acquisition phase. Staff is actively engaging with the County of San Mateo regarding a parcel within the project zone. Consultants and staff shared that the project is awaiting confirmation of one final grant source, which will provide the remaining funding needed to complete the project. We expect to know by the end of the fiscal year whether we are successful in securing that grant. Additionally, the team is ensuring compliance with the new federal grant requirements and are closely monitoring the project's cost estimate to quickly identify any fluctuations in material costs. The next ad hoc committee meeting will be held on April 25th, 2025. And our final almost final report from Homelessness Ad Hoc. Councilmember Sturgeon has some news.
Thank you, Mayor. The Homelessness Ad Hoc Committee, comprised of Councilmembers Chu, G, and myself, convened its third meeting on Thursday, March 13th, and fourth meeting on Friday, April 11th. The committee will consider whether to recommend to the City Council an ordinance to limit camping on public property. On March 13th, we received anti-camping ordinances from other jurisdictions, discussed an outreach plan to solicit input from the community and other stakeholders, and planned future meetings. On April 11th, we received an update from the County of San Mateo on the progress of the Care Court program, reviewed the summary of community outreach that was conducted on April 8th and April 9th, and discussed agenda topics for the next ad hoc committee meeting that is scheduled on April 25th.
Thank you, Councilmember. Lots of people went to that community outreach meeting. It's good to see. Item 10C, a update from our city manager.
I'll just share one item in light of the hour, and that is just to note that this Thursday, the 17th, we'll have the first of our outreach meetings related to the new long-range vision for our downtown and adjacent neighborhoods, Centennial and Stamba Heller, excuse me. So from 5:30 to 7:30 in the downtown library room, we'll invite members of the community to come. We will have refreshments as well as activities for kids. Thanks.
Thank you. And we'll move on to item 11. The City Council will now convene to close session regarding anticipated litigation and labor negotiations as identified on the agenda. Before we convene the closed session, I'd like to ask the City Clerk if there are any public comment on the closed session items.
Thank you, Mayor. No comment cards received, so last call to the audience for any public comment on the closed session item. Seeing none, back to you, Mayor. No written comments either.
Excellent. We'll now adjourn to closed session. As this is the last item on tonight's agenda, there will be no reportable action. The meeting will be adjourned immediately following the conclusion of closed session, and the council will not be returning to the dais. Thank you again for joining us, and our next City Council meeting will be it'll be a special meeting on Monday, April 21st at 6 o'clock for board, commission, and committee interviews. Wishing everybody a great weekend and great evening and a great week ahead. It's still Monday.